Just gonna open up my team streams so I can support my friends. Oh, sweet. Belinar got a big raid this morning. That's good to see. All right, let's get the YouTube stream up and running. Start that. And then we can do the unironic hello, YouTube. Excellent connection. I really like it when things like YouTube here just like butter me up. Like, look at this. Excellent connection. Connection is excellent. Awesome. Anyway, boom. All right, so the YouTube stream should be live now, chat. So congratulations. You guys can do the thing that you're so well practiced in doing. Say hello, YouTube. So now that we are live and functioning everywhere around the internets, I would just like to state that YouTube has chat today. However, I will not be reacting or responding to the chat. That's listed in the YouTube streams thingy beneath the thing. I'm aware of it. I can see it, but I will only be responding to the Twitch chat. Twitch chat is my priority. It's the one above my head. They're the boss. They're the people in charge. We do have some volunteer moderators on the YouTube side of things now, so shout outs to them, as well as on the Twitch side of things, so shout outs to them as well. I will be responding to supers if that happens on the YouTube side, but aside from that, the YouTube thing is mostly just think of it like a lurker chat. If you want to backseat me, that's the place to go. But aside from that, we'll just be I will be paying attention to the Twitch chat primarily. As far as VODs go, VODs are still the same shtick. VODs are going to be going up on the extras channel, so as soon as this stream is done, it should automatically be made unlisted. But if that doesn't happen, it means I screwed up something, so we'll just hope that works out that way. Let me actually just double check to make sure that setting is currently enabled. But aside from that, we're starting a brand new fortress today. Yeah, we are starting a brand new fortress. The way we are starting a brand new fortress is we are making a small world. Okay, we're gonna have lots of spooky things in the small world. I'm gonna let it generate for a while. And the goal of this small world with the spooky thing is we're gonna make a Halloween fort. This fort is going to be done by, well, the 31st at the latest. So we are going to be, oh wow, Nightbot just decided to start existing. That's kind of funny. Exclamation point chat, should you work in the YouTube chat now? Anyway, we're going to be building a brand new fortress, and this is going to be kind of our Halloween special. We're going to kill it off by the end of the year, and the goal is literally just, we're not allowed to memorialize any dead dwarves. I will probably just make a pit of them. So ghosts are going to be everywhere. And if it is a resurrecting biome, I will, like, deal with the bodies, but if it's not a resurrecting biome, we're not going to be dealing with any of the bodies. They're just going to be left as is. Probably put into a big hole or something. But the point of this is to cause as much Halloween-y chaos as possible. So I think it should be fun. So like I said, good evening, Stone. How is you? But like I said, I'm thinking small world, 500 years. Sparse. Medium number of civs. High number of sites. Normal number of beasts. High savagery. A whole new world, yeah. And we're going to try and find one that, like, really strikes as our fancy. Really strikes our fancy. Now we got a challenge, chat. Let's see if I can do this around the internet. Can I get a round of beers? 500 should give us a nice amount of evil. Yeah, if it's not evil enough, we can just make it too. Plenty of opportunities for that. But this is going to be a deep fort regardless. Probably with just like a trapdoor on top. Dig as deep as possible. Probably all the way down to the Magma Sea. I actually quite like this layout. Let's take a look at this. It's a cute little world. Everything's interconnected. There is a volcano. As iron. Untamed Wild, so fun. There's, of course, terrifying stuff. Terrifying, good. Excellent. I'm kind of thinking just some sort of normal terrifying biome. Evil Ocean? We'd have to get one. Like, we'd need one to... I mean, actually, there is an Evil Ocean down there, isn't it? Looks like it. The spooks begin. Totally, Dominoc. Yeah, absolutely. The spooks will, in fact, be beginning. Just as the great oracles of early in the year foretold. Around this time of year, something spooky would happen. What actually is this? Okay, so there is a haunted ocean. There's a haunted ocean. And we have a terrifying conifer forest and, oh, right next to a terrifying ocean. Well, that's excellent. I mean, that could actually work. I like the name of that brook, the Aquadot. It's like an I don't know why, that's just a fun thing to say. The Aquadot. Yeah, I think that could possibly work, that area. Could see a haunted ocean being fun. Continue generating. I'm pretty sure it's Savage Oceans. Let me double check that. Dwarf Wiki. Don't you feel me? Sea monster. Sea monster. I mean, I've never seen one, so there's that. Any ocean. Literally any ocean. Like, doesn't matter. Any ocean. But I think you only get one per world? So, you don't get many of them. Also, chat room, if you guys want to do me a huge favor, here's a link to the City Skylines video I just uploaded. If you go leave it a like, that'd be greatly appreciated. Every now and again, I'll randomly get like a dozen likes on a video and have like a 20% like to dislike ratio, and that just happened. And I'm pretty sure it's like one person who just doesn't like me. But it happens every now and again. So if you could go leave a like on that video, that'd be greatly appreciated. It's going to help my ego slightly. Red Tree TV, hello. Can someone deal with the calcium crypt spam bot? You mean my bot? Well, why would I deal with my bot? It is my bot. You mean like on the screen here? Like, what do you mean? It's literally running on my computer, so. And when chat feeds it beer, it posts more beer. And sometimes it gets delayed. On one of your streams, you've watched many of my tutorials on YouTube, and you'd like to say that you greatly appreciate what you've done, and you were very lost when you first got into the game. Consider dropping it, but now you're thoroughly enjoying it. Thanks so much. I'm happy to be able to help, mate. Like seriously, it's a very daunting game to get into, right? But once you've kind of made it past that initial hump, it certainly, I think it kind of flattens out just a little bit. Chat, we've just like tempted chat with the concept of beer. And chat's just like, all right, let's go ham. Yeah, I really like this area. Haunted, terrifying blend. Little bit lacking in metal, although okay, that's not so bad. What is that? What is the name of that stream? There's also these elven forests here, which could be scary. My videos flatten the learning curve. I'm glad you say that. That actually does mean a lot. Like I said, like I've talked about this many times, especially during December. When the game was first launching, I spent so many hours staying up so late just editing tutorials. There was a point there where I was putting out like 13 videos a day. I did that like 5 days in a row. I don't think I could do that again for a while. I mean, it's making chat hard to read, but like you do you. Don't. All right, so we've got another 50 years. Watched all of them many times. The Future Realms. I'm waiting for the Realms of Future Past, personally. You disagree? There's no curve to be found. It's a 90-degree angle. I don't think Dwarf Fortress has a hard learning curve. I think Dwarf Fortress is obtuse. And I think that there's a very big difference between games that are hard and have hard learning curves and games that are obtuse. Dwarf Fortress is obtuse. It's not hard. Something like NetHack is obtuse and hard. Whereas something like learning your first ever 4X can be pretty obtuse, but Also not that hard once you kind of get past that initial thing. It's just not intuitive. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. You kind of have to learn how the game itself works. Yeah, like, to anybody who only started playing at version 50, like, good lord, World Gen used to be a lot clunkier and slower. It took so long. Took so long. All right, so I think we're just going to dive into this world as is. Meditations on star charts was created. More animal diets. Animal, you're on a diet. Did you know that? Actual guilds. Funny metals like singing metal. So each world has divine metals. Divine metals are unique to each world. Well, relatively unique. Each god, or each major god, creates a divine metal upon world creation. So singing metal would be associated with the god of song, likely. Whereas like blazing metal would be the god of like furnaces or flame or something. Whereas like rusted metal or like gloomy metal or one of those like would probably be a god of death. So like the different spheres each have a different metal associated with them. Is there a way to find out what metal you have? Good. If you start up a fort and you go into like making swords or something in the manager screen and you just type in metal, it'll list them all. And then the way you find them is you have to dig too deeply and greedily and kill angels and melt their gear down. Or which can be found in the in the rocks around the adamantine spires and the weird walls studded with gems. They're generally quite strong, but can usually be taken down with a squad or two. If you melt down their gear, yeah, the angels. If you melt down their gear, then you'll get that. You thought that there was only demons? Well, clearly you haven't dug deeply and greedily in a while then, mate. Or ever. But yeah, if you dig deeply and greedily, you'll definitely find angels. There's also angels in other places around the world that can be invaded. If you look at the angels page on the wiki, you'll find more information on that, but you can steal their metals from them. The easiest way to get divine metals is actually in adventure mode, which we obviously don't have access to. The lightsabers of DF. Divine metal whips. Yes, literal lightsabers. Also, raw storage, what's up? So many hours clearing out shops with your dog? Not to be mistaken for a dog. Definitely just a dog. It's just a very well-trained dog. Slime introduced you to DF 14 years ago. It wasn't until Steam version that you dared wade in. And also, Elfie, I'm going to give you a... Since you're modding the YouTube chat now. Don't worry, I'm not making you do more work. But I am giving you a pink diamond. So all divine metals, some custodian, all divine metals have the exact same properties as adamantine. So all divine metals are identical to adamantine, except they get a slight, correct me if I'm wrong, accuracy bonus, similar to artifacts. So artifacts are as strong as the material that they're made out of, except they have an accuracy bonus. Godlike metals have the same stats of adamantine, but they also have the accuracy bonus. Does that make sense? Basically. It's been on your wish list for a long time. I have a question. Why? All mind control. Well, I mean, an artifact singing metal would be the equivalent of a artifact adamantine weapon. Would be the best weapon. It would be the equivalent of an artifact adamantine weapon, yes. Because they'd both get the bonus. Sup, inside BSI? You still struggle with DF? Here's the nice thing about Dwarf Fortress, right? There's always something to learn, and everybody's bad at it. Do not compare your gameplay to me, and even I break sometimes and my forts fall over. So. You can catch a glimpse at what you're in for. Yeah, that's fair. All mind control. Not to my knowledge, but you'd have to ask somebody who's more knowledgeable. Great, Udolph. As I understand it, divine metals are identical in stats to adamantine, period. There is a mod that I don't think ever got updated for this version, that pops up like a second screen, and it basically it gives you, it randomly generates you a bunch of different names for materials, and then you can add different properties to them, or random properties, and then insert them into your world and then world gen with them in it. So you push a button and it would put all the raws into the game, and then you'd run world gen and you'd have them in that world. And that would give you randomly generated metals. Wait, all of your male ducks are gay? That's very funny. I'm so sorry. No ducklings for you, I suppose. Minix, what's up? Does it have better sharpness? I was always under the impression that it was identical. But anyway, good luck with divine metal, though. It's really difficult to actually get a decent number. What are we going to name this spooky fort? I have a few ideas. I have a few ideas. Must be loaded on a map for it to work. But let's find a space first. So we have pits, and then elven retreats, and then this is a terrifying ocean. This is a haunted saltwater swamp, and this is a temperate, terrifying forest. That's Untamed Wilds, conifer forest. Triple evil biome. Yeah, we could do it. I mean, at least we have iron, gold, silver, copper. So, allow me to remind everybody, the goal for this fortress is pretty simple, all right? Goal for this fortress is pretty simple. We want to build a fortress where the goal is to start a civil war with my own faction. We are not allowed to, memorialize any bodies. I can dispose of them if the need arises, but we will be expecting ghosts. Okay? So if this is a resurrecting biome, I will dispose of bodies. But that's kind of the plan. Let's check our origins. Oh, wow, I have one option. So we're literally going to be bringing upon apocalypse on the one faction that's alive. That command is currently a moot point until after this fort is over. This is our Halloween special, Celesty. So this fortress may last up until Halloween. It may also be very short. Because I will be streaming today and tomorrow. And then, of course, I will be streaming on Monday, Tuesday, because Monday is my Twitch my 5-year Twitch partner anniversary, and then Tuesday is Halloween. So obviously, I'll be streaming on Halloween. Come on, let's not be silly here. So we'll be streaming on Halloween. And we'll also be streaming on Monday. However, the Monday stream is probably going to be pretty short because I think I have an appointment that afternoon. I think. Let me double check. I'm like mostly certain I have an appointment that afternoon. Yes, I do. I do, in fact, have an appointment that afternoon. But it's not till 4 p.m. So I will be streaming on the Monday because it's my partner anniversary. So we'll be streaming that day. Any RCT in the plans? That'll be on the Twitch anniversary, or like my actual streaming anniversary, which is the 17th of next month. That's when I will have been streaming for 10 years. We'll stream RCT that day. That's what I did last year, I think. Actually, I can't remember. Regardless, for the 10-year anniversary, we will be streaming Roller Coaster Tycoon. Yeah, so this will be a very short fortress, likely. So we have one faction, and the one faction is the Grand Fountains. Now, I'm kind of curious about the Grand Fountains. Do you guys want to do a little bit of Legends? What do you think? Just thumbs up. Should we do some Legends? Take a peek at who this Grand Fountain is. It's a video game that doesn't exist. Lonzo. Third time? Yes? Okay, cool. Back to main menu. So this... Start new game in an existing world. The Infinite Plane! Okay, what was the actual name of it? The Future Realms, that was it. The Realms of Future Past. Also, the 13th world I've generated. Go figure. Everybody's favorite lucky number 13. Oops. And then I clicked the wrong button. Of course I have it. All right, let's skip tutorial. Return to title menu. Join an existing world. And then click Legends this time. The button that I wanted to click on the first time. Let's get cozy for story time. Get comfy, chat. All right, Legends. Little number go up. Does anybody here mess with Legends much? What do you think, chat? There's one line in the development that Tarn posted recently that has me very curious, which is they might make notes a part of Legends. In adventure mode, it would be so cool if you could just open up Legends from within adventure mode. You keep a second installed just to read them? Yep. Let's get high while listening to a good story. Pack a bowl, chat. Pack a bowl. So what stupid names are we going to get for the theme? Jason Dwarfneys, Grady Kruger. Picked. Honestly, I didn't even think about that, Cool Dad, but I'm absolutely down. Let's just go with like punny horror character names. It'll be a good time. Okay, so let's start off with historical figures because all gods have to be gods of that faction, right? Let's look for a dwarven god. What? I read that as the puddles of drink. It's the paddles of drink. I'm kind of disappointed. The paddles of drink is a forgotten beast known. There was only one of its kind. A great feathered wolf. It has a knobby trunk and it is slavering. Its clear feathers are patchy. Beware its deadly spittle. The paddles was associated with water, death, and caverns. I like it. You can figure out what type of metal you have. Yeah, in theory. Generally, that would be depicted under structures. Also, Chronicles by age. Oh, we're in the Age of Legends. That's interesting. I don't think I can just search by God, can I? No. I'm already seeing vampires. That's a good sign. Man, if we could get run by a vampire, that'd be pretty great. Just let the vampire go nutty. Bronze Colossus is dead. The godforsaken abyss of caverns. That's one hell of a name. The smokes of oblivion. Swamp Titan. Ah, there we go. Okay, well, we've got a coyote god. It's a god that comes in the myths of the Grand Fountains. Ok. Okay. Is it Ok or Okay? I think Okay. Okay was often depicted as a female coyote and associated with metals and mountains. And this god has no legends associated with them, so nobody worships them. We have the Dwarven god, who is a god of the Grand Fountains, most often depicted as a male dwarf associated with travelers, rebirth, and death. Interesting. Certainly has got the worship of many things. Many things were written about this god. Interesting. Gloomy god? I mean, we need plenty of gloomy gods. Definitely need plenty of... I like the coyote god, but that's... Gulnus was most often depicted as a female dwarf and was associated with nature's material and jewels. The king of the escorted. King... No, it's Ning the escorted, not King the escorted. Mauve Mist. Kassir was... It's a god of trade and wealth. Okay, so they have a god of trade and wealth. They have a god that's associated with valor, war, and fortresses, which is the escorted. That reminds you of what, Elfie? I haven't even noticed the one that you're referring to yet, Word Cities. The lenses of the true genius scribe of prophecies. So this better be a god of knowledge. Ivud was most often depicted as a male dwarf and associated with scholarship and wisdom. I like wisdom-based gods. That seems kind of neat. We've got Atoll, Descent stilled the mirthful mortality of charity. associated with consultation. You need to finish real quick? Ah, okay. And finish it. And we have Kal, the dwarven goddess, most often depicted as a female dwarf, associated with love and jealousy. Ah, now I'm stuck with dwarves. Okay, so I've gone too far. Well, nothing super crazy. Of course, there is like some Twilight trolls and stuff. Like crones and these creatures, like you only ever see them in adventure modes. They're not relevant at all to Fortress. Not even remotely relevant to Fortress mode. Spooky, scary skeletons. I mean, that's kind of the goal here. Let's stint that. We got... Oh, this is also kind of fun. Elves don't have gods, they have forces. So the Misty was a force with which was said to penetrate the dominant jungles. The Misty was associated with rivers and nature, and also it tends to penetrate most of San Francisco. The Misty. We got human gods, Atir and Atir, that's a dwarven name. Myths of the realm of Diamond. Atir was most often depicted as a male human and was associated with longevity, youth, and children. You're currently beating up the Crundles. The Crundles are a very effective vile force of darkness. They just simply annoy and topple any dwarf that is trying to do something of use. And a bunch more human gods. Okay, so the humans worship a fly named Stren. Was depicted as a male fly associated with hunting, fishing, and fish. I mean, flies, of course, I would think would be associated with dead fish, but... I thought Misty was from a children's show. Fly fish. I get it. Fly fishing. It's almost a pun. Bestra the Diamond was a deity that occurs in the myths of the Umber Unions. Bestra was depicted as a male human and associated with games, gambling, and luck. It's always fun, like, looking into the different gods. Got an Etten named Elvira the Lacy Quest. The only one of her kind, associated with strength and speech. An Etten. She settled in the Echo of Mansions, and then later settled in Flame Cracks, the Concrete Call. Seems to have fought with a lot of things. Killed a few things. 48 kills. Super noteworthy there. Let's, really wish I looked up the name of that region that we were in. Oh yeah, no, setting up random temples to gods can be fun. Absolutely. Something we could do is I could, like, just refuse to build a tavern too. I could see if we could make it work with nothing but temples and dining halls. Like, no tavern. I think we could do that. Name your sheriff connoisseur Gordon. What's the reference? Regions. The Blizzard of Gems. I like the Hill of Names. It's like many names were left here. The Grand Fountains is, of course, the Dwarven faction, but let's go to something a little bit more important, like Blame the bus, chat. Blame the bus for being late. Blame the bus settled... Blame bus of Jalaplayerisnan constructed Jalulafunkarelmus in Clan Cracks. I like kobolds. They immediately became an enemy of a night troll. A blind Ave ogre became the enemy of them. The blind cave ogre then devoured a black mamba man who was just hanging out, I suppose. As well as his wife, I assume, became enemy with them after, devouring two people that were just chilling. Devoured a lot of black mamba men. There's a lot of black mamba men living in this. Okay, so the entire history of this kobold place is there's a couple kobolds who live there, and this troll hangs out and eats the black mamba people in the general vicinity every 50 years. Can I make the temples spooky temples? Define spooky temples. The Murk of Splattering. Does sound like the name of a swamp. All right, let's look at our Dwarven Civ. The Grand Fountains. What are they up to right now? They held a procession in clenched rumors as part of the Festival of Roofs. Or if you're Southern, this Festival of Roughs. It started at the Diamond... I'm not misreading that. It started at the Diamond Bunny and returned to there after following its route. The event featured a performance of lyrics of song. That is like the most it's a music with criers in front and costumes. They sound like an apocalypse cult, if you ask me. Oh no, the elf 9-equaled Fern fooled the Grand Fountains into believing she was the elf, the bard Unib I-inked in the Grand Fountains. Well, that can't be good. What are you doing, you infiltrator? Well, seems to have, like, started off infiltrating goblins, was sent to devour, or, okay, so first fought with a Sasquatch, and got away. Fooled the Oceanic Kingdom into believing that they were a different poet. Visited the place to gather information. Got married, and then started fooling more people that they were somebody else and formed a bunch of false friendships. And then, got divorced, like 20 years later or so, and then immediately found a new lover, and then continued forming false friendships with other people, and then settled in Crow Orbs, Ponder Orb, followed by fooling the Saffron Desert into believing that they were a different poet, and then visited that place to gather information. Basically, they're going around spying on people, and then and also like having an active love life behind the scenes. Found a new lover after breaking up with their past lover, and then got married, actually. To their current lover. Well, so there you go. They got married for a second time in 226 after getting divorced in 208. Then settled again and settled in a few different places, traveled around for a little bit, and then fooled the Skies of Racing into believing that they were a different poet. They must be a good poet, just like impersonating other poets. Fooled more people and formed more false friendships. Isn't actually doing anything particularly malicious. But then the Goblin Osta, the Monster Slayer, formed a false friendship with this elf, to extract information from them. I mean, they probably had a lot of information, so definitely. This is why you never trust poets. Then settled in Blazed Square, that's where we go on 420, and fooled the realm of Scuffles into believing that they were a mercenary. Well, they're getting more intense with their fools. Somebody else formed a false friendship with them in order to extract information from them. That's happened more times. They then settled in Bald Boar, and visited somewhere else. And then found a new lover. I guess their previous one died. And then broke up with them almost immediately. And then continued doing that. And it's just kind of a lot of this. They're just stealing information until at one point they finally fought in a siege in the classes of the dominant jungles. After sledding in Gallanteers. There's gallons of Gallanteers. But yeah, the last thing they did was in 497, they fooled the Grand Fountains into believing they were the bard Unib I-linked to gather information. It doesn't seem like anybody in particular is sending them. They do worship the Misty, as any good elf should. Romantic Silk sounds like a nice vacation resort. I would like to fall asleep on some romantic silk. The Diamond Bunny does sound like a gentleman's club. You're not wrong. It very much does sound like a place that would have, like, a mostly nude person on your table dancing. Or a very disappointing perfume shop. For me, perfume shops are one of two outcomes. A spontaneous, severe headache, or, like, I feel ill. It's one of the two. It's either I feel ill, or it's just spontaneous headache. It's usually a headache for you? Yeah. Fortunately, I haven't had to go into a perfume shop in a very long time. Last time I had to go was a birthday gift I had to buy. All right, let's skim through the Grand Fountains, which is going to be our faction a little bit more. See what else they're up to. Seems like goblins are plotting to infiltrate them and prepare a coup. Ooh. He's the eldest son of Asno, Torment Sorrows, and Ostmum Monstrous Crumble. Has a seat of power. Oh, that's interesting. So is a member of the Company of Owls, which I clicked on, and now the game is not responding. Oh, hey, well, it loaded. Oh, interesting. So, Clenched Rumors was a fortress. The noble creation of the Grand Fountains founded it. Did it get taken over? Or was it a specific location in here? Because he's the administrator of the Company of Owls. So it must have been taken over at some point. But it's like hundreds of years of history, so it's pretty hard to figure out. Did it hold a wrestling competition? Could also be like a guild hall. A monstrous crundle? What would a monstrous crundle be? So the last fort is still going. This is just a one-off Halloween fort. Exclamation point Halloween if you want the information about this fort. No, man. Deity Natural or Supernatural, which is a legendary Bobcat parchment scroll. It is authored by Yawo and concerns the value of merriment. The writing has a rare but particularly exquisite turns of phrase, and it is reasonably serious. Prose is passable. Although I probably should make the Halloween command work in the YouTube chat. Let me see if I can do that. Give me like 10 seconds. Let me see if I can mirror that command. Let's add a command, because currently the only command that works in the YouTube chat is exclamation point chat. Which I should be able to mirror pretty quickly, so just bear with me here for a second. I should probably make that one work in both, because I am going to be mentioning it relatively frequently. For whatever it's worth, for the people who are watching on YouTube, I did set up the bot about 90 seconds before I went live, so the fact that it's even working is surprising to me. And I haven't used Nightbot in like a decade, so. All right. Interesting little book. Scrolling up. Scrolling around in the Grand Fountains, I think. Giant alligator and so an elf and a couple giant alligators fooled them into believing them that they were completely different people. Also, giant alligator became an enemy. They're holding a lot of foot races, it seems, and a lot of elves are the victors of these foot races. The elves seem to be infiltrating this faction very heavily. Same with the goblins. Like, there's only one dwarven faction in this world, which is the Grand Fountains, and they do appear to be getting infiltrated very heavily. No, they won't. There will be no tickets on the other channel, just on Twitch. Gotta have some exclusive features for the mainstream. Mostly looking for things like necromancers, new kings being appointed, that sort of thing. I do kind of wish that there was a, like, or I do kind of miss the Legends viewer stuff, because I wish I could just, like, look at who are all of the kings of this faction, and all of the queens of this faction, and all of the dukes. Is there any particularly weird people that worship strange gods or have betrayed that sort of thing, but really can't look that stuff up right now, because that stuff ain't functional yet. Lots of processions. Started at the Diamond Bunny. They always start at the Diamond Bunny. It's probably a tavern. Lots of elves fooling them into believing. Not a ton going on here. It's just a lot of like elves and goblins and humans infiltrating this dwarven faction and them just holding a lot of story recitals and performances and festivals and processions, and they seem like a good party faction, but like they haven't done much in the last few hundred years. Severed rills was made a symbol of authority within the ground fountains, which was a silver warhammer. All craftsmanship was of the highest quality. It is decorated with sheep bone. It was created in golden razor by the dwarf Stukos. It was offered to the dwarf Ognet of the Grand Fountains, and it was made a symbol of the monarch by the Grand Fountains. And then it was lost in romantic silk, and then found in romantic silk, and then offered to a dwarf, and then stored in clenched rumors, and then acquired in clenched rumors, and then lost in warden stones, and then found in warden stones. You're not wrong. Earlier it was said that it sounds like a gentleman's club, so let's make up our minds here. I mean, although I wouldn't put that past Delphi, so. I feel like the Diamond Bunny would either be like a gentleman's club or just like a bunny cafe. You know, just like there actually was a bunny cafe in Vancouver for a bit. I don't know if it still exists, but it was run by one of the animal like rescue services, and it was literally just like a nice cafe full of really friendly bunny rabbits that you could adopt, which made it very dangerous. I went there once. It was dangerous. They gave you complimentary carrots, chat. Complimentary carrots. These carrots. It was a great time. No, I do not mean a Playboy bunny. It's literally a bunny rabbit cafe. Bunny rabbits. Bunny rabbits. Bunny. Bunny, bunny, bunny. Bunny. Floofy bunnies with big ears. You pet them. They were adorable. There was brown ones. There was black spotted ones. There was white ones. What's up, Bright Phoenix? There was no maids. The people working there wore overalls, for fuck's sake. I don't recall them actually having buns, although if they just like exclusively had like bunny face cinnamon buns, that would be amazing. Just overalls. Chat room. I'm gonna put chat room in horny jail today. Chat room's posting thirsty on main. Socket Seeker, you're funny. Wait until we see something in the lore that makes it canon? What, like they sent dancers to the bunny of to the Diamond Bunny or whatever? They had a short sword throwing competition and the dwarf won. Probably just threw it at the goblin and killed him. I'm not actually going to look at what actually happened. Elf was the victor. I'm also looking for like demons that were victors of competitions. But not seeing a ton, fortunately. So let's, another good way to find interesting things in legends is let's just go to historical figures and scroll down until we find somebody with a fun name. You know, actually, let's do this. Let's just search Urist. This Urist was born in year 3 and died in year 5. They were born in the late spring of year 4. Or sorry, they were born in year 3. They were the only daughter of Cyril and Phycod. In the late spring, they were attacked by a dark horror one. Ardent Tunnel attacked Urist. Urist fought with it, but escaped unscathed. This is a 1-year-old. Then later in year 5 was attacked by a giant dingo. And then Urist was struck down by the giant dingo. And then the giant dingo devoured Urist. Survived against whatever dark horror is. This dark horror was a first of her kind, a large feathered humanoid. It has a knobby chunk and its joints are backward. Its gray feathers are long and narrow. You will know why you fear the night. It began wandering the skinny forests where the elves diet. Dingoes ate my baby. Quite literally, yeah. Let's see what the giant dingo went on to do. Well, it settled in the swamp of Locks. Must have hung out with Shrek. Became the enemy of literally everybody. Attacked. So, okay. Can I just state that I think it's really funny that Jurist was so unremarkable that it's not even listed here, I don't think. Yeah. No, it is. Okay, never mind. There's the Jurist. I was gonna say, Jurist isn't even listed on here. No, it is. It definitely is. Became the enemy of the Staff of Anvils, and then, wow, this, I gotta say that this giant dingo had a great career. You know, attacked and fought with and devoured many creatures. Last thing they ate was a turkey, very dingo-like, and then died at 19 of old age. What a successful life. Didn't actually end up with any children. Killed 3 dwarves as well as some livestock. 2 cats, even. What a successful giant dingo. Well done. Let's see who else. Let's see who else we can find. So we searched for Jurist. This Jurist was one of the first of his kind. He became the expedition of the Razor of Visionaries. What a name. The Razor of Visionaries. Everything is green and has very gamer logos. Jurist became the expedition leader of the Razor of Visionaries. The Jabberer attacked Jurist. The Jabberer fought with Jurist, while defeated. The latter escaped unscathed. Ognet and Jurist became lovers and they got married. Oh, how cute. He ceased to be the expedition leader in the year 44, became the mayor of the Razor of Visionaries. Fought with in the Assault of Battle. The Assault of Battle. An assault on Canyon Malign. So they attacked a goblin pit. And then an elf and Jurist cemented a bond of friendship in the horror of combat. In the year 47, Jurist fought in the ferocious battle in the Jungle of Talking. It's scary when the jungle talks back. And then the human and Jurist cemented a bond of friendship. They fought in the clash of the Jungle of Talking once again. Fought in the assault of Scarring in Canyon Malign. Then got attacked by a Jabberer and was struck down by the Jabberer Mippo. Sizzled lash. And then was devoured by the Jabberer. Worshipped Atoll, the mortality of charity, object of worship, and ardently worshipped Angzak, who was often depicted as a male dwarf and associated with murder. All right, we found our god. The dwarven god, Angzak. It's almost Angband. Not quite. The god of murder. Do a search for blind. Well, we got a female goblin who's the blind girders of uncertainty. And that's the only person with blind in their name that I can see. There's blinded budded the occult, a female Sasquatch. There's a giant male jaguar named Blinded Haim. Spidery Blind, who's a male human. Okay, let's look at this goblin. Famous frog. I can't search by species, so I can't search for like frogman. Are we the baddies? Yes. Minute. Settled in Tickbolt. That sounds like a pleasant place. Snang settled in Tickboat and settled in Risen Lies? Risen Lies? Met some friends of the Brown Dungeon. Created the pit. Snang of the Brown Dungeon created the position of Lord, pushed by a wave of popular support, and then became the Lady of the Brown Dungeon. So created a role for them because they wanted her to. She fought in the assaults of Squeezing, and then found some lovers. Nako Malign judged. They broke up, and then she found new lovers. They fought in more assaults. Struck down the elf Tomb Ghoul in the dominant jungles. Became lovers, broke up, became lovers, got married. Oh, wait, hold on. Never mind. Murdered some rando. Married, divorced, and became lovers, married, divorced, confronted somebody else. And then fought with that person, and while defeated, the latter escaped unscathed. Murdered a human, murdered an elf, fought in the clash of the dominant jungles, confronted a human and struck the human down, murdered another human, murdered another goblin, murdered an elf, murdered an elf, murdered an elf, murdered an elf, murdered an elf. Wow. Busy couple years. All amphibians are just long or short-shaped frog-shaped blobs. Frog-shaped blobs. Remember, everybody, for goblins, murder is a hobby. You can just do that. There's nothing wrong with murder if you are a gobby. An enthusiastic hobbyist. Totally. No, totally. I mean, like, I used to always joke about that with the demon lords who'd have like 700 kills and they'd all be on their own like civ. It's like, oh, this guy has so many kills. And they're just like literally all on their own civ. It's like, oh, so you're just like literally running in circles, stabbing your own civ to death. Awesome. I mean, I guess population culling, eh? Gobbing her best life? Oh, no, totally. Like, just gobbing her best life by stabbing around. Anyway, so just, like, constantly becoming lovers with people, breaking up, stabbing things to death, fighting with things, escaping unscathed. But finally, met her match when she confronted Bax. Shortly after gaining a new lover, only 5 years later, confronted Bax and was struck down by Bax. Bax was a goblin who was born in 110 of unknown parentage. I guess probably got the full title from having 21 notable kills and 2 others. Not only did they kill a bunch of elves and humans and a couple goblins and a tomb ghoul, that's the impressive one, but also 2 dogs. So they were a very bad person. Dogs did nothing wrong. They didn't deserve that. Just everybody's favorite kind of murder goblin. Is there a dwarven name I should do a search for? It's a Gobtober after all. It is Gobtober. Definitely, you are correct. Yeah. Hello, Devilish Potato. How's you? Doing all right, man. He is doing all right. All right. Not a wrong thing. The 13th Forgotten Beast. Well, there's a rock still alive. This dragon died some time ago. If there's any living dragons. A lot of Forgotten Beasts. Lots of beasts. Well, Titan. Yeah, it doesn't look like we have any dragons still alive, which is a damn shame. We do have a civet. Ooh. Lish Bones Thief. The most terrifying thief for a skeleton. The Wraith of Poison was a civet brute. The only one of her kind. A towering three-eyed civet twisted into humanoid form. It has a gaunt appearance, and its gray hair is unkempt. Beware its deadly blood. Lish was associated with murder, death, and children. That's terrifying. Thrust aspiring year 1 up from the underworld, naming it the Citadel of Dawn, established a gateway between worlds in Prairie Devils. Became the leader of the Enjoyable Thief and settled in Prairie Devils. Ruled from the Citadel of Dawn of the Enjoyable Thief and created Fortress Larva. Sounds like a Zerg thing. Bury Spurts was created by Lish. Seth Bap aided Lish in becoming a permanent part of the living world after pondering the ineffable sublets of death. The ritual took place in Fortress Larva using body spurts, which of course is a malachite slab. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. Slab reads, I am Gedor. Gedor Born Hexes, once of the underworld by Seth Hep. I bind myself to this place. And Sethep, of course, was a deity that occurs in the myths of the Oceanic Kingdom, was most often depicted as a female human and was associated with birth, rebirth, death, disease, deformity, and blight. Sounds like a lovely individual. Lump.
Crypt metal crypt beer, 5 years of calcium. All streaming as of the highest quality.
Thanks for the 60 months, mate.
Crushing it. Blind.
Cheers, dude. To both chat rooms, can we get a round of beer? Or the people on the YouTube, you can just click the heart button. It's easier. But cheers, guys. Thanks for the Prime sub for 60 months! Holy shit. Goddamn long time. All right. So it seems like they just kind of got into a bunch of fights. Fought in the Assault of Slaughter, which is an attacked Born round. Struck down an elf. They beat the crap out of another elf, smashed up some other elves, smashed some other elves, got confronted by an elf, struck them down and devoured them. And then the Enjoyable Thief attacked the Beach of Treasure of the Vermilion Rags at Rose Shot. Lish led the attack. Lish fought with the attack of Bars and the assault of Rose Shot. The Enjoyable Thief attacked the Saffron Chapels at the Vermilion Fogs at Burn Round. Lish led the attack, and the defenders were led by the elf Viscera Sunsinks. Lish struck down the elf, and Lish then was struck down by a human. So here's what I'm curious about, right? If they were leading between worlds in this place via Fortress Larva, who became the leader of this this goblin faction after this? Elda stored the dumplings of torment. All the ceremony was part of the terrible celebration. The event featured costumes, candles, images, and incense burning. Of course, the terrible celebration. I assume it was terrible. So a goblin took over the place of this demon then. This goblin Olngo was the first of his kind. Found a lover almost immediately. Became the master of the Enjoyable Thief. Settled in Prairie Devils. Ruled from the Citadel. Created a bunch of roles. The Royal Executioner, the position of Chamberlain, the Counselor. And then was confronted by a rock and killed by a rock. Well, can I just say it's really funny that this rock's named Ted? That goddess sounds a lot like Nurgle. Kind of, actually. So Ted. We have a rock, a giant bird of prey named Ted. Is Ted still alive? I would like to know. No. Oh, yeah, Ted is in fact still alive and most recently struck down a goblin. Good on you, Ted. Yeah, I would not want to go to that TED talk. You like Ted? Giant burb? Giant angry burb? Does Ted have children? No. Ted has no family. Ted is big angry bird, though. Well, that's good. So since you were struck down, who became the master of the Enjoyable Thief in year 6 then? It seems that actually that attack by Ted, this rock actually destroyed Prairie Devils. So Ted did some damage to Prairie Devils. And the goblin Zolok became the master of the Enjoyable Thief. Although it seems like the Enjoyable Thief, this goblin civ has had some issues because they did immediately launch an expedition to reclaim Prairie Devils, which it seems that they did. Yes, they absolutely did reclaim it shortly after. So it was destroyed in year 6, and then they reclaimed it in year 7. And almost immediately they became embroiled in a dispute over water rights. Must be a desert. But so it was year 6. So this goblin became the next master. Ted means Claude. Now, Ted means Ted, as in Ted, because he's Ted, you know? Zolak Olingo became lovers, and Zolak settled in Assault Maligned. In year 1, Zolak fought in the Assault of Slaughter and Assault on Burn round, and became a hunter in Assault Maligned. Okay, so it was a hunter master. Interesting. Got married. Oh, interesting. So this person who was the who became the master because they were actually married to the previous master. So Zolak here married Master Olongo and then became master a year later when the rock killed him. And then began journeying to the depths of the world and tamed Rutherers as master, returned, and then made more depths to of the world expeditions and tamed more crocodiles, returned to Risen Lies. The enjoyable thief attacked the balanced saffron in the deserts of Sable Tusks, and Zolak led the attack. The defenders were led by an elf, and then continued journeying to the depths of the world to tame giant olms this time. Started fighting with the dominant jungles, which is the elven group. The enjoyable thief attacked the saffron desert, which led the attack, and they cemented bonds of friendships with other goblins. And then Zolak decided to just murder Ozed, divorce their second spouse, created the position of royal counselor as a matter of course. Of course, you have to do that. Rutherers are pretty cool. Utes and Zolak became lovers because they got divorced. Married, divorced. Wait, what happened to your last spouse? You became lovers, broke up. Ah, I see. Got divorced. I missed that. They murdered somebody and then got divorced the next year, and then found lovers, murdered some rando, got married, or broke up with somebody, found more lovers, married, divorced. Found more lovers, married, divorced. Wow. In between 72 and 81. That's longer than most marriages, probably. Found a new lover. Attacked the autumn jungles at the Vermilion Fogs. So they're attacking the elves. And then actually apparently was struck down by a dog? If you want to see how many tickets you have, type in !point tickets in the Twitch chat. And it'll tell you how many tickets you have. Well, all right. Interesting. Well, we've learned a little bit of history of the Enjoyable Thief. I mean, this guy was the master of the Enjoyable Thief till the year 101. Which means I could just kind of keep scrolling through this, but...
Vote Gremlin just purchased Laugh Till You Die. Multiplayer mayhem for €10. Oh.
I'm assuming that was a humble purchase because it didn't pop up in my other thingy. So thanks for the humble purchase, which is a thing I constantly forget exists. That happens to the best of us, Snowman. Congratulations to the winners, though. People got some good numbers. Game enemy. It's always interesting to see goblin factions that aren't actively run by an OP mega boss. You know? Because, turns out demons are kind of OP. I'm not seeing a new... Because it was around 111 the guy died. Or the master died. So I'm looking for became a master. Held ceremony. Became chamberlain. Became enemy. And also just a reminder for those of you in the YouTube chat, I am seeing it. I'm just not responding to it, so... do see the things that you say. Got a bunch of different goblins. Oh, there we go. Oh, no, it's Master of Beasts. They keep on losing their Master of Beasts to Chamberlains. Like, they die, like, every, like, couple years. Constructed the Ignoble Game. I think that the Ignoble Game... Whoa! Chat, a goblin for, a goblin for mayor t-shirt is currently being given away in the Twitch chat. So if you jump into the Twitch chat and type in !enter, you get a chance to win one of these t-shirts. Courtesy of Paul Harvey. So thank you, Paul. Appreciate you, man. Holy crap, dude. You've gifted out so much merch. You were too generous. But yeah, literally just !enter, and you will need a Twitch account because you'll need to merge your Twitch account with Fourth Wall once the drawing is done. Also, kind of a tease for the future, but I don't have any designs to show you guys. I am low-key working on some holiday sweaters, like dwarfy-themed holiday sweaters. So, like, you know, if you want, like, a holiday sweater, but it's like there's dwarves climbing around, we're working on that. Working on that. Some names. Then enter the giveaway. You did get it once, I think. There was one time that you won in your own giveaway. I'm pretty sure that happened once. It's like gambling with yourself, kind of. Because you absolutely can enter your own giveaways. What was it the 3 mugs? Yeah, there you go. Clander for pizza. You have won the t-shirt giveaway. So if you click on that link and merge your Twitch account, you can get a link. You can get a link to redeem your shirt. With the only export being different kinds of toys. I think every single Christmas I've actively streamed Dwarf for it, we've done some sort of holiday theme for it, yeah. There was one time we actually, like, had, like, we played as a mod that let us play as elves, and we were Santa's elves in the north, and the only thing we exported was wooden toys. It was fun. It was a good time. Although this is interesting. Whenever I see this sort of thing starting to happen, in year 140, the enjoyable thief attacked the Hall of Rooters. Not Hooters. Rooters. In Glen Drinkers. The Goblin Axmu, the Wilfer Razors of Plague led the attack, and the Thorn of Equity were hired. Whenever I see people getting hired as scouts or something along those lines, it usually means something wacky is happening. But in this case, not too crazy. Seems like they were just hired as mercenary groups. It's a Goblin mercenary group of the Future Realms. Basically, they are a non-group that are not associated with any main faction. They are just hired by people. You got 2 mugs so far from gambling? There you go. Yeah, so like that's pretty rad. Yeah, and also VODs from everything are not going up on the main YouTube channel. They still go up on the extras channel. So if you want VODs, go there. Because I don't want to clog up the subscription box from people who sub to the main channel. The people who sub to the main channel on YouTube are kind of there for a specific thing. And that's, you know, short form Dwarf Fort content. So if you want to tune into the streams, you can, but they're prioritized on Twitch still. So. All right. Although I will say, yesterday's stream, which was simulcasted on YouTube, got limited ad revenue. Clearly, I say too many bad words. It's all of chat saying, fuck Tim Sweeney, basically. But, you know, Tim Sweeney, my mortal enemy. How dare you screw with Bandcamp? I think I've found pretty much everything I would like to find. We have a pretty good idea of the main Goblin faction having their demon killed almost immediately, which is kind of awesome. And we know that the Grand Fountains have the god of Angzak, which was most often depicted as a male dwarf and associated with murder. We are going to move out of Legends now, I think. Move into Fortress mode. Evil Biome, yep. No, so this is a world I just generated. To anybody just tuning in. This is a world I just generated. And the idea is we're going to be settling around here. I think, unless we can find a better spot. I will take a quick glance around the world. But this is like an early contender because it's like terrifying ocean, haunted surroundings, and terrifying conifer forest. And if you type in !Halloween into the chat, it'll tell you the limitations for this fort. As to why that came up. So Tim Sweeney and Epic Games bought Bandcamp like 2 years ago or something. Then just now, like in the last month, when they had a lot of layoffs, they sold Bandcamp without any of the workers. So literally nobody that works at Bandcamp officially still works at Bandcamp and has to get rehired by the new company, which happens sometimes when companies are sold. However, Bandcamp is a unionized company. So they are currently trying to get all of their employees rehired, which is difficult when you're sold to a marketing-focused holdings company like Songtrader, which is who they sold them to. So the literal last bastion of indie music, purchased by a company I kind of am annoyed by frequently, which is Epic Games. And then within the year, literally sold to possibly the worst possible holdings company you could sell a company like that to. So Tim Sweeney has like gone to war against indie music as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, no, totally. Like there's a couple of people that work on the writing team at Bandcamp now. And like the writing team at Bandcamp was like huge and instrumental. They would seek out really strange, interesting, unique artists and feature them on the front page of that website. Like it was a wonderful, wonderful resource for indie music, which is completely gutted now, which sucks. So I'm thinking somewhere around there, potentially. There is only one Dwarven faction here, which is the Grand Fountains, which have 540 civilization. There's also this area up here, which is a haunted, terrifying ocean. That's a tower right there, though. Admittedly, like, if we settle down here, there's a tower around here, too. Although, actually, is there? It may actually just be pits. And then the two elven retreats down there. Yeah, I may actually be leading on settling up here because I don't actually think there's a tower. I mean, right next to a tower is a bit too spooky. If we did settle right next to a tower, I would probably have to... what's the word? If we did settle right on top of a tower, I would likely have to disable sieges for a little bit. Otherwise, we just... I don't know. This is a cool spot, but it only has gold and nickel. So... like, the haunted oceans are fun. Also, just in regards to platinum on the YouTube side of things, yes, like 4 tiles of engraved platinum is usually enough. But the interesting thing about the moist tropical broadleaf forest, though, the interesting thing about the moist tropical broadleaf forest is this. Stranglers. They only exist in haunted, moist tropical broadleaf forests. Stranglers. Stranglers are one of the rarest creatures. Your new pet? They are not tameable, though. They are completely untamable. They cannot be tamed! It's hard to keep track of 2 chats at once. So I'm just, like, not reading the YouTube chat at all. So, I mean, there are mods over there, and there's people talking over there, but I mostly just read the Twitch chat. I mean, I'm glancing over at it so I can see it, but I'm generally just not going to respond to it. I mean, personally, I would prefer you watch on Twitch, because Twitch is more helpful to me. But, like, people want to watch on YouTube, that's an option. It's also going to give me some reasons to actually make the membership tiers on YouTube logical instead of just like $2 and you get a couple emotes. You got killed by stranglers in adventure mode once? Yeah, I've never seen them in Fortress mode. I have seen them in adventure mode though. Apparently your girlfriend loves the t-shirt and will steal it from you. Well, I mean, that's almost better. Like, you know, like winning a free t-shirt and I'm also organizing a hike for this weekend. Uh-oh. Apparently, Nightbot is bonking people on YouTube for posting beers. Classic Nightbot shenanigans. We'll debug the bot on YouTube out over time. I think chat. Okay, so if you have an option, I will look at both chats for this. What would you guys prefer? A haunted, temperate saltwater swamp, temperate conifer forest, and temperate ocean. The triple whammy. Or just a haunted jungle. What would you prefer? If you were to make the decision, chat, which one would you go for? The problem with the haunted jungle is I have absolutely no idea what we would use for weapons. I guess I would just be stuck with lava. There is shallow sand, so I could do glass. Everybody's saying triple, one haunted, triple whammy, triple whammy, triple whammy, triple wham. Saltwater because you want to suffer. Saltwater's not that hard to get around. We'll have aquifers. Seems like chat wants triples. Chat wants the triplets. All right, we're going to go with the triplets. So let's see what the elevation looks like here. Not much. Okay, so it's pretty flat, though. But we will get iron, silver, copper, iron, gold, silver, copper, and zinc, as well as a flexstone layer and a flexstone layer. Light aquifers on 2 of them. I think that'll do. What did the tower area have? That was just the moist tropical broadleaf forest. And this is temperate, so we might get snow. We'll actually get winters here. Trips McGee. All right, you have selected an area with salt water. It might be very difficult to survive here. You have selected an area with a light aquifer. Water might need to be pumped out or carried away. You have selected an evil area. You may find very unpleasant environs? Is that a word? Environs here? You have selected a savage area. The wildlife might be very dangerous here. It is? Really? You know, I've said this for years. I need a thesaurus to play this game sometime. All right, so we are going to prepare for the journey carefully. And Streamer's going to go take a real quick toilet break because apparently I drank too much coffee this morning. Van Ori, thank you very much for the 10-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you. Like, seriously, appreciate you. I will be back in, like, 70 seconds.
Cheese for everyone!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins,
Bring out
nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
Also, for the people who've been asking me about, like, difficulty of reading 2 chats, the difficulty here for me isn't reading 2 chats. The difficulty for me is, like, my entirety of OBS looks different. So, like, the actual process of streaming is, like, I'm learning a new skill set right now, basically. Like, there's an extra learning curve on my current stream. Also looks like I'm going on a hike on Sunday. Yay. Environ is environs. Interesting. Well, you know, you learn something every day, I suppose. All right, so we need to figure out what we're going to bring. We really need to figure out what we're going to bring. I think I'm just going to give all of these dwarves some combat skills. And... Pet the wild animals with swords. Make all these dwarves competent in swords. We'll also give them some... Actually, you know what? Let's make 5 of them competent in swords, and then you can be a miner. And you can be a woodcutter. I'm actually going to remove you from swords. And give you also miner. Just so that we don't have uniform issues. You max out on all dodge starting at 7 as a rule. Yeah, that's probably the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go into combat and go to dodge. Dodger. The best skill. Max mathematics all day. I mean, we do have a god of scholarship, so. So once again, just as a reminder, the goal of this fortress is to start a civil war with my own faction, and then drop everybody in the fortress into lava. Those are the 2 goals we have. Let's give them skills in wrestling. I'm gonna get some skills in wrestling. Dodging and wrestling. And there is only one dwarven faction, so we are bringing this faction into chaos. I have absolutely no idea. I'm not the person to ask about D&D stuff. Oddly enough, a lot of people assume that I would be very D&D focused, but I know nothing about D&D, quite literally. Can we name people up here yet? No, I still can't type in the screen. That's fine. All right. Sword. Short. Do iron, silver, copper, bronze, steel. I think we bring 1, 2, 3, 4 iron short swords. 5 iron. 4 iron short swords. 4 iron short swords, and let's bring... Let's just put the rest of it into ale. Probably going to bring no animals. Rayleek, thank you very much for the 11th month. It's good to have you. This faction is very low ale variety. So no animals. Just dwarves. Now we need fortress name. Let's go with Ghost. Ghost hole. No, that's the thing that happens in the first Ghostbusters movie that I didn't understand until I was a grown-up. I'm gonna say that Ghost Boat would be great. And if we called it Ghost Boat, what we would have to do is build a floating fortress in the ocean. However, I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to do that because we don't know what kind of situations we're going to have on the surface. If it's like raining acid, like, no, that's not going to live. Ghost pit? How about a ghost boil? We'll be in lava. Boiled ghost? Hard-boiled ghost. Ghost. We could actually just call it Ghost Hunt. Or Ghost Hunt. Oh, not a word. Never mind. Could call it Ghost Home. Ghost Hole is far too horny. I very much agree. Yeah. Ghost Rock. It's my favorite subgenre of space rock. Well, Ace, congratulations. That's maybe a name for the fort. Who you gonna call? I could call it Spooktown. Spookstown? Spook's Home? Spook's Ghost? Spooky, scary, skelly ghost? Ghost Beach? Ghost Beach might actually be a better name than Ghostbuster. But the fact that Ghostbuster is an option is very funny. Ghost Martyr is also pretty good. That's maybe like 1,000 times more badass. But let's just scroll around and see what else we have. Ghost Kill. Ghost Loot. Ghost Priest. Ghost Pride. Ghost Prank. It's just a prank, Ghost. It's a prank, Ghost. Ghost Puss. Ghost Quake. Ghost Rags, also pretty good. Ghost Pulp. Ghost Rat. Ghost Raptor. Fear the Ghostrazor, chat. You know, I could probably hold on. I could literally call a fort Hellraiser. I could just call it Hellraiser, chat. Why don't I just call it Hellraiser? We just go to the, like, as deep as we possibly can. Like, just straight down to the Magma Sea initially. Do, like, an open platform lava fort and call it Hellraiser. Is Plague not an option? Is Plague an option? Yeah, it is. Close Plague. How about we call it Hell Ghost? No. Hell. Ghosts plural. Hell Ghosts. Cause I quite like that. I think that's pretty badass. That's pretty BA right there. I'm quite the fan, actually. Also, for the YouTube chat, I'm disabling slow mode because things seem to be going all right over there. You guys can just speak now without having to worry about 20 seconds. Sorry, mods, I just made your life harder. Candy Razor? Kind of. So we're kind of, I think, between Hellghost and Hellraiser. Shashgotal versus Shashstukos. Well, I mean, the boats are ghosts because they don't exist. You know, actually, we could just go with Ghost Razors. Ghost Razor. And, like, call it like a pun, because we're raising both a faction and raising ghosts. Hell Party. You know, if we make a tavern, we should call it Hell Party. Because I'm pretty sure party's a word, right? No, it's not. God damn it. Yeah, it's not a word. Oh, shit. Yeah, I should make cart grinders. Is razor a word? Yes. Celebration is not a word. Although I think that might be an adjective. Celebrated. Celebrated. Yeah. So celebrated. We could call like something the celebrated ghost. Let's go with Ghostrazor for right now. Hold that. And let's call this the celebrated ghost. Celebrated icy ghost. The celebrated ghost could be the name of our group. Celebrated ghost of beaches? Hell? I mean, we're on a beach. I don't know. Shells? Pumpkin spice. That's the tavern name. That's the tavern name. A celebrated water ghost? How about this? The celebrated ghost of oceans. Because the magma ocean is still an ocean. So there is plural oceans. Which would make us the Fezengultor Migurer. Only boomer dwarves allowed in the pumpkin spice tavern. So you know what's funny? Is I'm going through all of this effort to make these cool names and obviously make a great group symbol. And we're going to die to zombies in like a week of in-game time. Is what's going to happen. We're just going to immediately all die. Minecart dive. All right. So our image is our image is going to be a dwarf. A object. Okay. And a crap. What was chat room, what was the name of the god of murder? The dwarven god of murder. We found that a couple minutes ago in Legends. I need you guys to look that up. Can somebody go find that for me? You have one job, chat. Find me the god of murder. The dwarven god of murder.
Oh, almost 50.
Was it Angzak? Was that it? I knew it started with an A. Angzak, yes, you are correct. Thanks for the quick poll. Mind, thank you very much for the 49th month. It's a goddamn long time. Didn't know this was an essay. It's always a test, and there will always be a test at the end. Although it is multiple choice, so it's pretty easy. And Ted. No, we don't worry about Ted. Nobody cares. Ted is a rock, okay? Ted is a rock. We don't worry about Ted. Although if we get attacked by Ted, I will laugh very hard. If we get attacked by Ted, Ted will be our pet. I will keep Ted. Ted will be mine. I'm actually just waiting for some ads to end and here on Twitch side of things, and then we will continue. But there is currently an ad break in progress, so we are just waiting. Oh yeah, tens of thousands of options. The undead. Undead Ted! Fear the undead! I know, and then you can come to my undead talk. Unted talk. Just wait until we get the Unted X talks. Father Unted. Forgive me, Father, for I am Ted. Also, I would like to say, the main thing that I noticed about yesterday versus normal streams, is that I got like 110 followers yesterday on Twitch, whereas I normally get like 15, maybe 20 on a good day, 6 on a bad day. On a real bad day, I'll lose 5. So that's cool. Shouts to you YouTube's people for all following me. That and all the people like who like apparently came in from recommended stuff yesterday. I don't know what happened. Apparently I won the Twitch recommendation lottery. All right. Angzak is a deity of the Grand Fountains. Most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with murder. Was that because of the CS2 stream? No, just in general. Yesterday's views were just like weirdly high. And follows were like weirdly high. I didn't get a ton of follows when I went to CS2. I did get rated by Shen, but like it wasn't like he brought like 400 viewers, but I got like 10,000 views on my stream yesterday, and I do not know how. Like 4,000 views of those are unaccounted for. Yeah, I ain't complaining. Well, I am complaining. All right, so we're going to have an image of a dwarf, a minecart, and Angzak, the deity of murder, depicted as a dwarf. Okay, so laughing, obviously. Angzak is laughing naturally. The dwarf is being mutilated by the minecart. The dwarf is also laughing. Meanwhile, the minecart's having a rough time. So this is currently our symbol, which I need to name. Cheers, Cryfro. Appreciate you. Or Cry for Real, maybe? Or CYFR. Usernames that are super abstract are always just like a guess. It's just a round of guessing games. The city of death. No. The death of death. No. The city. No. Let's go with the ocean. Oceans of death. Migara Rush. There's an image of a dwarf and a minecart and Angzak, the deity of murder, depicted as a male dwarf. Angzak is laughing. The dwarf is being mutilated by the minecart. The dwarf is also laughing. The minecart is screaming. Actually, no, I like the tsunami of murder. That's good. Because tsunami is a word, right? It's okay. I could call it the wave of murder, or the wave of death. You know, that's almost a wall of death. Cipher. Okay, gotcha. I'm never sure like exactly how to say those, so it's hard to guess sometimes. But Cipher, hi, what's up? What about Storm? I like the wave of death, personally. Death Race. That's a movie. I've seen that movie. Meanwhile, there's an image of many dwarves. Uh-oh. Nope, I'm doing this backwards. So, this is an image of a dwarf, a minecart, Angzak, and the deity of murder, depicted as a male dwarf and dwarves. Angzak is laughing. The dwarf is being mutilated by the minecart. The dwarf is laughing. The minecart is screaming. The dwarves are admiring Angzak. This is the symbol of the Grand Fountains. The City of Skylines. I don't want to do that for my Halloween-themed fort. But, like, do you mean just for, like, science? City, Sky, Line. I could do the City of Skyline. Maybe not of. I could literally do City, Sky, hyphen, Line, probably. No, not really. But we will be doing some more City Skylines tonight, though. That is something we'll be doing. Also, let's be done with that. All right, so we have a bunch of peasants that all have skills in fighting. Swords dwarves. So 4 peasants that are swords dwarf with some wrestling and dodging skills. Then we have some miners and woodcutters that also have wrestling and dodging skills. So, with all that being said, this cannot possibly go well. All right, well, worst case scenario, this is a very short fort. with people being happily mutilated. Man, you know, I need a movie to watch for Halloween. And I have the only recent horror movie I've watched is The Babadook, and I watched that because a podcast I listen to who watches horror movies watched it. That was hard to watch. But I need to watch a fun horror movie. I might just like go watch Halloween or something, like the original one. I don't know. I need to find a Halloween movie to watch in the next few days. Midsummer. I should watch Midsummer, actually. I should actually watch Midsummer. I've never seen Midsummer. Like, I know the gist of what it's about, but I've never actually sat down and watched it. I've seen Evil Dead Rise. I've also seen Evil Dead 2. Never seen the original Evil Dead. I've also seen a recording of the Evil Dead the musical, which may actually be my favorite Evil Dead. Like, genuinely, I'm not a musicals guy at all. But if Evil Dead the musical went on tour and what happened to be in my city, I would go to that. Cabin in the Woods is a classic. Great movie. Great movie. Absolutely love that movie. All right, well, let's embark, shall we? What could possibly go wrong? Hosu? I think that podcast that is doing that like this week. Maybe I'll end up doing that. I don't know. I don't always watch the movies that they watch. The podcast I'm referring to is the Watchcast by Nextlander, and it's pretty great. But I don't watch all of the movies that they do. But I think they're doing Hosu next, actually. Anyway, let's dive in. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek is finally ended. Your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all. Zugo's Bezfon. There's almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance. Whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings. Ere the giant grizzly bears up. Get hungry. A new chapter of Dwarven history begins here at this place. Ghostrazor. Striketh the eartheth. Consider the earth strucketh. Oh boy. All right, so let's pause. Well, all the grass is dead. All the trees are dead. At least it's not a giant Kia. True, I am on record stating that if I ever get giant Kias, I'm Alt F4ing. I just realized that my camera's in slightly the wrong spot, so let me fix this. Chat, get off my head. I like you guys, but we're not on that good terms. Okay. And for some reason, me resizing OBS shrunk YouTube chat down to the size of a peanut. So I'm going to embiggen you guys a little bit so I can actually see you. Yeah. All right. So let's look around at this map, see what we have. Some biggins trees. Cool stuff. The lovely ocean. So this is haunted, terrifying. So if we don't get something fun... Wait, embiggen is a Carl Sagan thing? I had no idea. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to unpause the game for like 10 seconds. And then I'm going to pause the game. And I'm going to look at this. Giant gray squirrels and a wombat. Excellent. Well, at least nothing's undead yet. Terrifying indeed, yes. So here's what we're going to do, chat room.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Very on topic. Look out for your nuts. Truly. All right, let's go down to layer 120. So they're going to start digging. We're going to chop down a single tree. And we're going to chill. So true story, chat room. I've never actually encountered a giant sperm whale. Not once. But, while the game is paused here, we have 7 dwarves. So let's name 3 of them. Okay? So the way we're going to do this is... I'm thinking of a color. What's the color, chat? The first person in Twitch chat to guess the color correctly gets the dwarf. Claiborne guessed red, which was the first color I was thinking of. All right. So she is interested in only facts and of the real world, and is almost never feels discouraged, dislikes obligations, and will try to avoid being bound by them. Is conflicted by this since she believes in the importance of the rule of law. She is an optimist and has an overinflated sense of self-worth and dislikes helping others, and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. She is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking as an abstract concept, and she is a friendly individual. She often acts with compassion, and she doesn't hang on to grievances, and she does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. And she's conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She often feels envious of others and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she could be considered rude. She chews her lips when she's angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes being outdoors and only grumbles mildly when weather is crappy. She personally views loyalty unfavorably and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort. And you worship Japum Rosmo. Japum Rosmo. We're going to jump over to our expedition leader now, who is Esmil. And Esmil is going to be... I'm going to play favorites here for a second and say Esmil will be... a devilish potato. And our devilish potato here worships Ilcast Sudothol and is confident under pressure, is prone to strong feelings of jealousy, brave in the face of imminent danger, often feels lustful, tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, is assertive and is somewhat quarrelsome, and is bothered by this since he values friendship and doesn't hold on to grievances. And he doesn't tend to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square his natural tendency in his respect of martial prowess, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. YouTube VOD watcher here, watching to give you your most sincere thanks for the hours of entertainment you provided, and hopefully one day you'll get to see you encounter a sea serpent in a fort. You mean a sea monster, I assume? I think that, unless there's sea serpents separately, but God, it'd be harder to find than a Sasquatch. Well, I finally found a Sasquatch for the first time. So there's that, Stormwolf. But that's our expedition leader. Dreams of making a great discovery, nice. Personally finds art offensive and would have it destroyed whenever possible. Sees the pursuit of knowledge as deeply important. Deeply important. Deeply important. Some statue topplings about. Damn, I hope so. Let's open up. So the way we're going to do the remainder of these dwarves chat is just say, pick me in the Twitch chat. I'm going to pick people pseudo at random, pseudo playing favorites. I'm going to aim for people who haven't had dwarves in a while. Or people who haven't had dwarves before. Let's go with, are you serious? Are you serious? Dislikes helping others and dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep her own counsel. Mood. She feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards and thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she is quite polite, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She tends to hang on to grievances, and she doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing her mind, and is slow to trust others, and commonly winks as a form of greeting. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. And she worships Ilcast Sudothol as well. The next dwarf here is going to be Firehawk. Firehawk is buffeted by others' emotions and can't help but respond to them. Finds humor in most situations and is grounded in reality. I agree, G-Fin. but hang in there, and is grounded in reality. She lives at a high energy and kinetic pace, and she has a sense of duty. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic and is conflicted by this. She values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future and does not often feel lustful, takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and is occasionally overindulges and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She is quite polite and quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture and enjoys the company of others and has a greedy streak, tends to hang on to grievances and needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. And worth noting, also worships the wrong god. Next over here, we've got let's go with someone who hasn't had a name in a bit. Acre. Acre. Screaming sounds. She is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She can sometimes act without deliberation, and she often acts with compassion. She is quick to form negative views about things, and she is slow to trust others. She generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and she is moved by art and natural beauty. She doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and she finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and laughs very loudly when she's exasperated and exhales sharply when she becomes exasperated and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crap weather, dreams of mastering a skill, and personally values tranquility and peaceful day, and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, does not care about family one way or another, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. And is close friends with everybody, and worships Jared Leto. I didn't make it's right. See, it says Leto. I didn't make that up. Your sound died. That's an F's. Chat, can I get some F's in chat for Diamond's sound? 30 Seconds to Mars fan, I think. Although it is fitting of a Halloween cult fort. Let's see. Scrolling up a little bit here, and let's go with this peasant right here. This peasant is going to be Gus. Underscore 001, or that's 9. 0010. Can remove numbers if you like. Gus is fishing. Oh, right. Okay, so fishing, boop. That's it. An artisan in the materials and the tools to shape them, they say. They also worship Leto. And she can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. Desires little for herself in the way of possession. She is very slow to anger, and she has little interest in joking around. She doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind, and she does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She enjoys the company of others, and she is quite polite. She tends to form unlimitarious emotional bonds with others, and she is inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and she is trusting. She licks her lip when she's nervous, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally finds nature to be somewhat disturbing. Sometimes samesies, actually. Have you ever seen a platypus? I mean, good lord. She doesn't care if others take the time to master skills, and dreams of creating a masterwork someday or another. All right, what do we have left? We have Vandorf left. Chat. I need the last dwarf. The last is dwarf. Lastest dwarf goes to everybody's favorite stone, aka sea shores wall. Because I don't think you actually have a dwarf in the current fort, so I'm gonna give you a dwarf. All right. She never feels hatred towards anyone or anything and presents herself modestly, frowns on any flashy accoutrements, finds humor in most situations, doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing her mind, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. Often feels discouraged and doesn't handle stress well. Tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects and tends to be passive in discussions and has a greedy streak. Her hands jump all over the place when she's excited, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crap weather. Dreams of raising a family and personally values family and greatly finds introspection to be a waste of time. Sees competition as wasteful and silly and doesn't see the point of working hard. And you worship Japum Rosmo. Guys hear the weird screaming off in the distance? Definitely just the ocean. Spooky oceans just like yell at you occasionally. So for anybody who hasn't seen this, by the way, if you ever play on an ocean, turn on ASCII for a bit and look at the ocean. See the wonderful waves. Definitely the best way to look at the oceans. I actually did name a dwarf from YouTube. Okay, we're still carving that staircase. It's still just the squirrels, so we are relatively safe for this exact moment. Although I did tell them to chop down a tree, so what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to make a carpentry shop up here. And we're going to use these cedar logs to, real quick, make us a hatch. The ocean screams? Yeah, it does kind of just scream sometimes. The good thing, these dwarves don't mind bad weather. You know, it's kind of, we haven't seen any negative effects in this biome yet. Nothing. It's just kind of a normal untamed wilds biome. Okay, so we got that hatch cover, meaning I can now put this hatch cover here. Deconstruct that. It's claiming I'm serving the freshest content? Where did Twitch claim that? What? I'm gonna pen pasture my yak and buffalo here. But yeah, the ASCII waves are very pretty. Also, I would just like to say shout outs to the YouTube folks because we currently have a higher view count than we did yesterday. So that's kind of cool. All right, so let's scroll down through this. Let's actually see where our digging Dwarfy is right now, who's Claiborne, who's digging a deep tunnel. So let's see, are we gonna... So the actual goal here is to not hit any of the cavern layers. We also found the one spot that didn't have an aquifer, apparently. We have, however, found silver, which I'm going to queue up as auto mining on a lower priority. So far we've found hematite, pinfire, opal, late and native silver. So I'm also going to queue this up as auto mine on a lower priority. Satisfied at work? Well, that's a good sign. As they continue to go deeper. And also, Twitch chat, folks, I just want to also say thank you, because since I've been back to TwitchCon, we've had approximately double the average concurrent viewers that I've had up until recently. Oh, well, we did find a cavern layer because of the auto mining. But let's take a look around. Are you serious? Found us a cavern layer. Okay, that is a rad cavern. Look at that. That is badass. Awesome. I'm gonna check something, mostly because I don't want to have to deal with these dudes. Before we give them the opportunity, I'm going to go, and don't worry, we will be having fun invasions, but I don't really want the cavern dwellers to be a threat, so I'm gonna set them to 3 and 5 instead of 10 and 50. I want them to be small and like a non-concern instead of just like annoying. I will probably also turn the value difficulty up. This is granite. I'm gonna keep following you as you dig through the caverns. This is definitely the first cavern layer. It's also a really deep cavern layer, which means the next one's probably directly beneath it. But yeah, no, this is definitely the first cavern layer. It could be a little bit quieter. It's a wee bit on the loud side. a wee bit on the loud side. Cavern smellers? Cavern smell? You mean cavern dwellers? So when do we start singing Misty Mountains? As soon as you would like. So, right now, I suppose? Would you like to sing the Misty Mountains? The problem that I have with the Misty Mountains is like, so you know the Hobbit movies came out, right? Those movies exist. Like you could watch those Hobbit movies if you feel like subjecting yourself to horrible cinema. However, in those Hobbit movies, they have a rendition of the Misty Mountains. Now my problem with this is growing up, me and my older sister would take turns reading out loud to each other. That was something that we did as little kids. We would take turns reading out loud. And that, in theory, a great thing to do. However, we kind of caused ourselves a problem. We wrote a version of the Misty Mountains because we were very musical kids. We had, like my dad was a piano teacher for a while. My little sister was a violin teacher as her first like full-time job after university. So like we were a very musical family. So we wrote our own version of the Misty Mountains. So when people say, I want to sing the Misty Mountains, they're usually referring to the Hobbit version or one of the various covers of that version out there. I think of the version my family wrote, which is completely different. Misty Mountains. So yeah, it kind of sucks for me. I'm not gonna lie. All right, so let's do that, and then we're gonna channel down right there, basically. So that is party 1. Dwarves need to go get drinks first. We're gonna need to get drink going quickly. Of 5 armies, and in the book, Bilbo just trips on a fucking rock and passes out. I mean, it's a movie. You have to drum it up. I like that there's just somebody is fighting on the map. It's none of my dwarves. All right, let's see how we're doing here. You kind of like the Hobbit movies? Plenty of people do. I've gotten into pretty major arguments with people about the Hobbit movies, but... So... Gotta say, wouldn't it have been hysterical if the first place we dug into was just directly into an adamantine spire? But anyway, this is where we're going to be building. This is home. Welcome to home, friends. Home. I don't know if we want to go up at all. The spicy oceans of the great depths of Ghostrazor. So just as a reminder to everybody, we are a cult fort, and our goal is to start a civil war. But also build a cool fort in the process, which means I can't do it right away. We have to be careful with how we start the civil war. I'm waiting for 40 seconds because the Twitch channel is currently stuck in an ad break, so I'm not going to unpause the game for 40 seconds. And also, for anybody who is wondering, if you are talking in the YouTube chat, the reason it's not showing up on stream is actually Twitch rules. So Twitch is, one of the limitations of simulcasting is we're not allowed to prioritize the YouTube over the Twitch. Twitch has to be the priority, fair. And also, we are not allowed to show YouTube chat on the screen for one very specific reason. It breaks Twitch's moderation policy. which means I might be breaking YouTube's moderation policy, but YouTube doesn't give a shit about their streaming platform, so it doesn't matter. Because it breaks their moderation policy because they cannot, what's the word? Moderate accounts that are saying things on YouTube. So if somebody is in the YouTube chat and says a bad word, then if it shows up on my stream, then I am at fault for it showing up on my stream, and Twitch can't penalize that person. So it's just for moderation purposes, and it's the best I can do. Burial Fire was the cult fort I made, correct? Apologies for like not actually remembering what forts I've made, but Burial Fire was in fact the cult fort that I made, correct? That was the one where we had the zealots of something and then dropped everybody into the volcano at the end. If I'm remembering correctly. So this is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass to dig. And the reason this is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass to dig is because we're going to be right above lava the whole time. So it's going to take a little bit, but it'll be cool looking, hopefully. All right, let's see if it's just squirrels on the surface now. Thanks, Butter. Appreciate you. All right, let's see what's going on up here. Still just the giant gray squirrels? All right. Let's just place a floor right here.
Ooh, animations.
Animations? Oh, those animations. Yes. Did you not notice them before? We've had them on again for quite some time. Okay, so let's get all of these dwarves underground. We're just going to make this into a meeting area. I think we're just going to make this a temple to the god of murder, who currently nobody worships, which I think is a damn shame. But, you know, the fact that they default named it the Evil Cathedral is kind of fantastic, actually. So we have the Evil Cathedral now. Even though none of the dwarves actually worship that god, it is going to be our meeting zone. So hopefully the dwarves will go there and socialize. Hopefully. Let's see. We're also going to deconstruct this. They're probably not. Oh, no. Okay, they did come down here. Well, at least they're talking. Can they be converted? It's not quite that simple. You can make a dwarf join a religion for a god that they don't worship, but once you're in the fort, it's difficult. However, I've been told that having temples to gods that your dwarves don't generally worship does what am I doing here? However, I've been told that having temples for gods that your dwarves don't worship does increase the chances of you getting more migrants that worship that god. Zhao Pipi, thank you very much for the 9th month. Welcome back. Good to have you, dude. And thanks for all the follows. Still tons of follows today. Yeah, you can also do that if you make the temple public, which I'm a little nervous to do as I don't know this world at all. Well, we found a magma crab. All hail the mighty crab. It's funny, there's a comment on one of my old tutorials, I can't remember which one it was, where I had 7 population and I was building down in like the Magma Sea, and someone's like, what is dude doing down here with 7 population and being in the Magma Sea? And to that I have to say, I'm an expert. Calm down. Fine. Don't worry about it. We're just gonna have like lava smelters before literally anything else. It'll be great. Oh yeah, no, there absolutely is a spicy gem obsidian cluster. Yep. Yep. We are 1 subscription or 100 bits away from a hype train over here on Twitch. So if you happen to have a Prime subscription, now's a good time to pop it.
Yeet.
Thank you very much, Shark Jumping Walrus, for the $1. Appreciate you, man. I think there also was a Prime sub in there somewhere, which hasn't popped up in my chat yet. Always Singered. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. As well as Elfie, thanks for the $1. Appreciate you. And yes, we must obey Jeff Bezos because he's literally got our family. Have we been yote? Oh boy. The past tense of yeet. Right? Lazy Brain, thanks for the Prime sub.
Your wish is Bean's command.
I think all the dwarves are probably sleeping currently. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go down to here. I'm going to make a stone worker. Okay, so we got dolomite and marble and limestone. I guess this will be a granite fortress. And we are going to make a carpenter because we need to start making beds. And we don't really have much space. So.
Yote.
Favorite thing about YouTube is being able to close the screen and continue watching. Does the... Close the screen. You mean like on PC or on mobile? I actually don't know how you do that. Wait. When you say close the screen and continue watching, do you mean like watching in the background? Like I'm trying to figure out exactly what you mean by close the screen. You mean like closing the whole web browser? Because there is no like pop-out. Actually, can you do pop-out streams on Twitch? I seem to recall that. I know there's like picture-in-picture mode. Yeah, you can do picture-in-picture. Like drag the screen around, minimize it. If you're talking about like on desktop, you can do this. As for on phones, yeah, you can pop out the stream and you don't need to Prime sub or anything. You can also do audio only on phone on Twitch. Yeah, no, Twitch doesn't make you pay extra for like audio only and such. But audio only is a feature on Twitch, yes. So I'm gonna need a chair and a table. So let's start off with that. And you are going to need to make some beds. And I'm going to put a wood stockpile down here. We're also going to check this. We've got an eagle and a barn owl. Excuse me. Oh, fair enough, Snaky. Yeah, no, Twitch is a lot more fair about its features. A lot of people, I see people complaining about ads on Twitch too, which I will remind everybody, you can subscribe to Twitch Turbo and get rid of all the ads on the entire site quite easily. Also, subscribing to a channel, which is cheaper than Turbo, gets rid of all the ads. At least on my channel it does. That's up to the streamer, but it gets rid of all the ads on my channel. Because I'm not going to make my subscribers watch ads. Acre, and is working very hard over here, making us some beds. And we're going to start making blocks, although I'm going to be a little picky about the types of rocks we're going to use. We're just going to use granite. We're just going to make granite blocks. Just do those on repeat. We still get the ad revenue. Actually, I see it's almost exactly the same as YouTube Premium or YouTube Red or whatever they used to call it. Streamers still get the ad revenue. So we see it as like a separate ad revenue in our revenue board. Also because I see this topic about like refreshing streams on the YouTube chat. Twitch years ago, used to be able to just open, this was like 2010. You could just open multiple tabs of Twitch and it would count as new viewers. So like people would just like have a couple friends just like load up as many tabs as their computers could handle. There are some people that are still famous because of that. Which is like, wow. Usually have text only on phone and stream shared on your TV. Funny thing is if you have ads, they play them with the sound even in text only mode. Yeah. Yeah. That kind of sucks. I'm sorry. Wish that wasn't the case. Okay, so we're starting to get a little bit of a better shape going on here. We got granite blocks, going. We got some beds, so I can place some beds. Let's make a little dormitory. And do you have the old subscription bug on YouTube? Yeah, I think like every like major site along these lines has had some, you know, goofy bug. Also, out of curiosity, the people on YouTube, are the captions working? Because I do have captions, like automatic captions on my stream. So I don't actually know if those work on YouTube. Also, Twitch side of things, thank you very much for the 5 subscriptions and the $6.10 in bits for the hype train. Level 2. Appreciate you. Unavailable? I know that YouTube has its own captions, but not for you? Okay. Interesting. I'll need to figure that out then. Add it to my notes. I'm basically just kind of hollowing out this space, and we will build this up and make it look all cool. We're also going to need to pump lava. Let's not be silly. So one of the first things we're going to be setting up is a forge. The question is, where do I set up the forge? Uh-oh. There's also a fun gem cluster over here. Ooh. Lack of captions, why you came here? Oh, really? Okay. Gotcha. YouTube captions are unavailable here, too. No, my captions are definitely working on Twitch. All right, so let's go around the edges. Oof. This really is like relearning how to stream. This is a lot. We'll get there. It's a learning curve. There's a button to venerate captions from any video. It works with Twitch also. Possibly, but I have like just Twitch captions that are just going through Twitch. You love listening to Fort VODs at work. The subtle game music and hearing Blind's voice is better than being stuck in TVXU with your own voice all day. Yeah, I get you. Got home to see the full progress. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, it's very curious to learn how people like engage with streams that aren't me, because like I obviously know how I engage with streams, right? But it's really kind of because like I see the numbers, right, of like people who watch my VODs, and it's like not a small number of people, right? Like I know, but in the YouTube like space, like 500 views, 1,000 views on a thing is not a lot, but for me, it's kind of nuts, actually. Like when I look at that and I look at those numbers, I look at the amount of hours people watch the stuff that I make, and it's like, wow, there's a lot of people watching me talk or listening to me talk for a very long time. So, thank you. It's cool that people do that. Yeah, no, I mean, that's actually kind of a scary... I'm waiting for YouTube to turn around and be like, stop it. I'm waiting for YouTube to be the bad guy in all this, to be honest with you, Athros. Because they might, actually. They might. Because for a while... Ages ago, YouTube used to have this feature. Before YouTube's, like, push into YouTube gaming, back when YouTube was like just a video platform and they had a streaming platform and it sucked and nobody used it, YouTube used to have a feature which would pop up a little bubble on your YouTube videos when you were live on Twitch. And I know some people who got fuck tons of traffic from that. Like, you just need one video to get a bunch of views in a weekend, and then just, like, turn on your Twitch stream and boop, I'm live on Twitch. I have a good voice. Well, thank you, Swallowed Son. I've always wanted to do audiobook stuff. Like, that's something I've always kind of wanted to do, but I don't know if anybody's written a book and wants me to do audio for it. Let me know. I'm cheap. We'll read books for beer. You'd love to listen to a book narrated by me? Well, there you go. All right, so we're through the loading screen, which is always open on your PC for background noise. You work from home as an IT network monitoring, so it helps to have something to listen to. Usually for me, my background noise when at home is podcasts. But I do have a collection of channels that I watch on Twitch. I'm just trying to do this very carefully so that I don't end up digging into the Magma Sea. If I read you some manga, but manga's a visual medium. What's the point of that? All right, so this over here, do light novels. Do light novels. Noted. All right, so that is a fun tube. You have to be careful around that. This is probably where we're going to put our forges, I think. So let's start digging out here. We're going to have magma forges before we have bedrooms, chat. Who's ready? I'm going to finish digging out the last of this. It was the last word. Oh, well, whoops. Sorry about that. All right, we'll do this. Although I guess kind of the closest thing I have to a book narrated by me right now is just the Arch Crystal read-through. Which, speaking of, Sethados actually, or Sethados, which he corrected me on, literally did buy me a beer after I did that. So, I guess I have accepted beer in exchange for, like, basically an audiobook reading. Because he lives locally to me, so. Which also has me excited because Sethados is working on another long-term fortress, which is built out of ice on a glacier. So maybe we'll get another Arch Crystal one of these years. What about Tarn's book? That's a textbook. And Tarn didn't actually write anything in that. He edited it. I think he wrote a foreword. So only a very small portion of that book was actually written by Tarn. It was just edited by Tarn. Good book, though. Although I'd say probably my favorite audiobook right now, which I listen to a bit of, would be Doom Guy, Life in First Person. Okay, how's the surface doing? Ravens, okay. Lots of flying things. I mean, I would probably do the build a pillow fort strategy to make this into a better recording. I mean, it's a pretty good spot, yeah. But probably what I would do if I were to, I would do what I did the one time I recorded lines for a video game, which is put a pillow in behind my monitors and pillows on either side of me just to keep more sound in, and then put a blanket over top of them, build a pillow fort, and then record in that. Because, like, pro tip number one, if you want to record audio and not sound like garbage, build a pillow fort, record in that. Or stand in a broom, or stand in a coat closet. One of the two. Whichever is more convenient for you. Enclosed spaces are key. Yeah, exactly. No, unlikely. I don't like open world survival crafting games. That is an open world survival crafting game. Just because it's a roguelike doesn't like make me more interested in it. So very unlikely I will ever stream Cataclysm. If you would like to watch Cataclysm, just go watch somebody who wants to play it. Everybody says it's similar to those games, and it's nothing like CUD. Literally nothing like CUD. Bathrooms sometimes have good acoustics. Maybe home bathrooms. Not enclosed space help with sound quality. Sound dampening. I don't think I need to explain how that works. I'm just going to dig this all the way up to this wall up here, and then we're going to put some holes in the ground. We're going to start building our spaces. Apparently, we're waiting for them to finish sleeping. Let's build a mechanic shop. So we're kind of wasting time here. I'm going to start making Gabbro mechanisms. Make mechanisms. Don't have much Gabbro. We're going to need more of that. And you don't need to take a bathroom break. But how am I going to take a number 2 on the boss's time then? Sound is a wave. You know, that very much sounds like a stoned thought when you say, sound is a wave, man. Even though I know it's not. Like, it's you being genuine. Gotta say, holy crap, this 70-30 split has a massive effect on those big gift bombs. Like, jeez. Jeez. But, all that being said, some migrants have arrived. Just because you're the first person to see in chat, Trimkoff, or a bone carver. He is concerned only with matters practical to the situation at hand. Absolutely no inclination towards abstract discussion. He is very stubborn and inattentive to detail in his own work. He is very he is very comfortable around others that are different from himself. He is a very friendly individual and tries to say nice things. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and often focuses on the current activity. He does not often focus on the current activity. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he is often nervous. He has a greedy streak, and he has an active sense of humor. He often acts with compassion, and he isn't particularly ambitious. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and tends to not reveal personal information. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. Chad is a friendly individual. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees eloquence, values eloquence, and finds nature somewhat disturbing. We need a militia commander, which I'm actually going to give to Trimkoff here. We're going to make our first squaddy. My first squad is going to include Stone aka Seashore's Wall, Firehawk, and we'll go with Gus, the stone cutter. Those four. Maybe we'll add more, but we'll see. And we have Atir the Peasant, who, chat, just say pick me and I'll just slam people in as I see names fly by. Dark and Dawn. A Dark and Dawn has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. Generally is pleased by her own looks and accomplishments. Generally is pleased by her own looks and accomplishments. She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic and is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again and can handle stress. Exhales slowly and deliberately when she starts when she starts getting bored and needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds nature somewhat disturbing. Also is married to Trimkoff, by the way, and worships the deity Piss. Do you also worship Piss? No, you worship Japun Rosmo. Well, I am going to toss you into the military because you'd fit. But the heck is the god PIS? I need to know. New temple. Okay, so Piss is the god of day, crafts, creation, and pregnancy. Leto, by the way, is the deity of coasts, which I guess is fitting. Great. Awesome. I like that there's a god of love and jealousy. Bad news, chat. There are no formed religions of the god of murder. Well, that's... I'm at my best under pressure, she says. And a turkey arrives. And then this dwarf shows up, who is going to be, Mr. Spatrax. Mr. Spatrax, who is a woodcutter, does not find most jokes humorous, lacks confidence in his abilities, and he is greatly pleased by his own looks and accomplishments. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and tends to not reveal personal information. He is quite ambitious, and he is quick to form negative views about things. He tends to avoid crowds. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and he doesn't focus on material goods. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he tends to begin moving, and his hands begin moving when he becomes exasperated. He often bites his nails when he's trying to remember something, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of mastering a skill, and personally values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless, and values nature. And you have quite a big family. You worship the item Innail Arethami Lithemi Reuna. Huh. You definitely lived with elves at some point. You were a previous member of the Fatal Faith. Interesting. You used to be part of the Coalition of Amber and the Sword of Wheeling. Now you're part of the Grand Fountains. A member of the celebrated Ghost of Oceans. And you're a swords dwarf. And you dream of mastering a spear dwarf, and you dream of mastering a skill. So I'm going to throw you into the military. Next up, we got this miner who brought his own pick, which is very nice of him. And it's made of steel, score. Has 2 lovers. Brought his wife. Not his lover. His cousin, Tourist, who isn't here yet, is about to show up as well. So, same with your wife, is about to show up as well. So, this dwarf here can be... Kill-off 44 Ran. Which I just realizing that's the first time I've said that name out loud. Fatal Faith is foreshadowing. Previously a member of the Fatal Faith, no longer a member of the Fatal Faith, okay? Literally you. Is he? What, like beard look-wise? We're going by like fluffiness and aesthetic of the beard being you? So for the sound commands, you have to be at either tier 2 on Twitch or sub to Patreon, which is why some people can't have access to them. And I'm pretty sure those are just going to be a Twitch-only thing forever, because I don't think my bot has the capability of doing that. Kind of funny. People are accusing me of clickbaiting on that City Skylines video that got posted this morning. Because I say it's an absolute mess, which it is. They're just like, why are you on the clickbait rage train? Well, I'm not. I'm stating a fact. Yeah, Piss seems like a human god. That is a human name. In a solo squad. Send you forth to your doom. But you have family here, my guy. I gotta let you exist with your family. The heck? Why would I rip you away from your family by sending you off to your death? And it does have good bones, but currently it's an absolute mess. Dwarf Fortress runs better than City Skylines 2, for clarity's sake here. Anyway, Killoth has a relentless drive, completely consumed by ambition, never feels discouraged, and likes to brawl, is brave in the face of imminent danger, and is quick to anger, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and is troubled by this because he values self-control. He doesn't seek out excitement and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing his mind, and his hands begin moving when he becomes exasperated. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Personally finds that moderation and self-control to be very important, finds himself to be disgusted with eloquent speakers, and does not care about fairness. Well, you have poor social awareness. I think I'm going to remove you from mining. We're going to put you in the military. Because that is a good job for you. And I'm just going to jump over to mining here. And I'm going to give somebody the mining job who is not in the military. So Firehawk, you can have a pick. And come get this pick. Next up, we have that woodcutter. Cyril, you can be... Elfie Bean. Welcome to the fort, Elfie. She is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance and does not trust others, doesn't cling tightly to, doesn't generally think before acting, and isn't given to flights of fancy. She isn't particularly interested in what others think of her, and she tends to be passive in discussions. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she tends to hang on to grievances. She takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and she isn't particularly curious about the world. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and she can handle stress. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. Yeah, we're doing a Halloween special, Donnie. We will be going back to Firebolt after this fort. Would rather worship pills. Many people do. Personally finds the following of tradition foolish and limiting, and doesn't really value merrymaking, and doesn't care about friendship, but dreams of mastering a skill.
Guten Abend, good evening at Blindy RL. Hello chat crypt, happy crypt beer.
What is up? President knows how his thing's made. Thank you very much for the 5th month. Welcome back. It's good to have you. It really, really is. Truthfully. Genuinely. It's good to have you around. Well, thanks for swinging by. Hope you're doing well. Chat room, can we get a round of beers? You know what to do. Come on. Come on. Anyway, so Elfie Beans over here is married to Killoth and, unfortunately doesn't worship the god of murder, which is a very sad state of affairs. We do, however, have this other dwarf here named Tourist, who can be... Nil Des Parandum. Did I spell that right? Desperandum? I feel like I missed an A. D-A-R-A-N-D-U-M. You two are married, by the way. Or actually, no, you two are married. You are married to somebody, but they haven't arrived yet. So you're not married to the person who just walked in. Kind of thought, usually they arrive in a group, but they don't. You used to be a member of the denomination of dining, which frankly, that's a religion I can get behind, the denomination of dining. I would like to go dining. Dining sounds great. You also used to be a member of the Busy Coven, which is just like every single startup on earth. But now you're just a member of the Grand Fountains, and you used to be a member of the Celebrated Group, whatever the heck that be. You, however, is interested in only facts and of the real world, and finds humor in most situations. He forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others, and occasionally overindulges, and you brought a donkey. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. And he doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing his mind, and he does not go out of his way to help others. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and he is stubborn. He laughs very loudly when he's surprised and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And he personally values family greatly and thinks friendship is important and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. Next up, so this is Neil Desperatum's spouse. This can be... Picking somebody out of chat right now. Let's go with... Sneaky Snake. Okay. Sneaky Snake. Manner splattered. One must always be loyal to their cause and the ones that they serve. You also don't worship the good god of death, which is Sag. Is often envious of others and tends to think before acting. Is a friendly individual and enjoys the company of others. Is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Acts with a little determination and confidence, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Does not hold on to grievances and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. What's up, Wrestler? Gonna be doing some necromancy. Excellent point, Halloween. Yeah, we hit it. So I've been getting 70-30 since the start of this month. President knows. She occasionally overindulges and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. Her hands are animated when she's surprised, and she always takes a deep breath whenever she's surprised. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and likes native silver, sterling silver, and tiger eye and green glass and mule hoof. Alrighty, Elfie. I'm sure things will be okay. Let's see. What else do we have? Did I miss anybody? I think everybody is named. Yep, looks like it. Meanwhile, Dwarf's coming up to grab this. Get scared equals jazz hands. I mean, I would say that jazz hands are terrifying, but that's not actually what you're saying. Because sometimes there are advertisements. Turnip Boy commits tax evasion, goes free next week. So we might be seeing more news about Turnip Boy robs a bank soon, which would be nice. Yeah, they're making a sequel to that, aren't they? Whole Turnip Boy thing. All right, what are we up to on the map now? Just ravens? Okay. Well, that's good. Getting all sorts of hematite. God, I'm going to have to hotkey this fort, aren't I? All right, so let's just hotkey this layer. I'm going to call this fort. So wagon, fort. There we go. Minus 118. 119 is the fort. Yeah, I generally kind of forget that the free games on Epic Games exist because I tend to own all of them already. Alright, so you go around the sides here. Yeah, exactly. What President Knows just said. That would be my answer. It depends, like, on the, like, type of creatures you want to see. So Younger Worlds will have more zombies and vampires and cursed creatures, like rare creatures, whereas Younger Worlds will have more titans and, you know, mega creatures of old from the times of the pre-world. Basically, like, your creation titans, you know? Not even that deep. Well, we're in the lava sea, so it's pretty deep. Forgetful beasts. Based on how like non-pathing they want to be half the time, I would say most forgotten beasts are pretty forgetful. From my observations, at least. Okay, so let's so we're going for no safety here. So this is going to be how we are building our forges. Discovered another volcanic wall studded with gems. Lovely. And actually, let's just jump up here. Throw our animals up here, because we have a turkey and a donkey. And it appears that Stone aka Seashore's wall and a devilish potato have gotten married. So could I just get a big round of applause and a cheers and a congratulations to the happy couple? For a new player, what's the best experience for your runs? What is the best experience? Playing the game? What do you mean by best experience?
Woo!
I don't even have bedrooms yet, and I'm currently building lava forges, yes. So we are absolutely knee-deep in lava, and we got one migrant wave. Young world or old world? Generally, I would say young worlds are easier to navigate than old worlds for a new player. Because a lot of the evil threats are, like a lot of the cursed threats are, you know, were creatures, vampires that will sneak into your fort, were creatures that will sneak in as visitors, and Clayborn's on fire. There is a magma crab right below the surface that is shooting fire at Clayborn, and Clayborn is now on fire. The game is now at no FPS because Clayborn's on fire right next to like 3 other dwarves. Clayborn is no longer on fire, but bleeding very heavily. So hopefully that'll be some high-speed weight loss for Clayborn over here. Clayborn is running away at rapid pace, and the magma crab is overcome by terror. The poor thing. So that's mildly terrifying. Let's just real quick see if we can queue up some flooring on this. Clayborn is still bleeding. I repeat, Clayborn is still bleeding. I'm gonna make some beds. And I'm going to real quick make a traction bench, and I'm going to build a hospital real quick, because we're going to need that, turns out. So let's just real quick queue up a hospital here. I literally have nothing I can put in it. We also need to put our food down here. Clayborn, you good? Still bleeding, faint. Heavy bleeding. Okay, you're cleaning up your blood. Well, that's good. You're no longer bleeding. Excellent. Clayborn is not dead. And we managed to seal off both of the things. So let's check in on Where Clayborn? Clayborn currently in hospital and is pale. If I look at her description, her upper body's fat is gone and her upper arm's fat is gone. So Clayborn has gone through rapid dwarven weight loss surgery and is very skinny now. Shoutouts to her for cleaning up her own mess, too, Cleno. I mean, how are you doing, Dan? I mean, like, I think Clayborn is a trooper, frankly. Hot indeed. President knows. Hot indeed. So, let's... And don't worry, fire snakes are not dangerous. Okay, wait, where did Clayborn run off to? Clayborn ran off to somewhere. Oh, I decided to go pray. It's just pale. I mean, I would be too after losing that much blood. See if I can make a chief medical dwarf. Nobody knows what the inside of a body looks like, so I don't know. You seem trustworthy, Elfie Bean. You have an axe. I'm sure you could do doctor things. So Elfie Bean is going to be our doctor. Literally nobody's seen the inside of a body before. That's not great. So I was just going to make lava forges over there, but the speed at which we got immediately attacked by creatures makes me think maybe I should put them, like, in here. Like, maybe we should dig down a layer, like, into this. And put it, like, over here. I think that might actually be much smarter. I'm actually going to do the smart thing, chat room. All right. Currently, just for full description, if anybody else is still waiting, all of the dwarves have already been named, so there are no nameable dwarves currently. Almost looks like this could have been a volcano. Kind of badass. pray, drink, pray. Pretty much, that's this whole fort. Drink, pray, scream, repeat. Might as well start making soap out of you? What is this, Fight Club? Whoever has the most kills probably knows the most about it. I usually give it to a fisher dwarf because I assume that they have to gut the fish. It's like, well, you've seen the inside of a fish, which is very similar to the inside of a dwarf. So I'm sure we're fine. I'm sure we're fine. Dwarf equal fish. Definitely. Dwarven anatomy is identical to a fishy anatomy. Clearly. How do you build a throne room? Now, when you say throne room, do you mean throne room or do you mean true throne? Because you assign them to an office, and an office is counted as a throne room. But the true throne is a bit of a different thing. But yeah, the normal throne room is literally an office. So I'm kind of tempted to farm right here. It's on layer 85. Because I could pretty easily block off this, and this. And then build a roof on this layer. I think that's what we're going to do. A farm right here. And also, wild boar. Nothing undead yet, so I'm leaning to think that this probably isn't a resurrecting biome. I think Bean has just returned, actually. The kills are hidden under the living beards. I was just wondering what was taking the dwarves to get so long here, and then I realized the game was paused. Nothing. I'm not sure what chat's on about. I think they want you to draw something. Doesn't suggest good. Game good, but it's a mess. Like, the YouTube title is, like, not inaccurate, but it's an interesting downwards passage. Like, it's not an inaccurate YouTube title. It's how I feel about the game. But, it is very much a mess. It's a mess that will probably be a good game at some point, but right now it's mostly just a mess. Okay, so let's just block off this inner area down here. Let's go here. 180 granite blocks. Let's do that. This is going to be where we farm. Means I can actually get rid of these. Because mostly what we need is to block off this and to get all of these ramps removed. Mushrooms are wood. So like these giant underground mushrooms, these are wood. So they're chopped down like trees and used as wood. Yeah, this is a pretty rad cavern layer, which makes me almost sad that I'm building a magma fortress, but... Oh, big frog. And cave toad. Look at that. Yeah, no, we are building a magma fortress down here. So, this will also be a pretty rad fort, but, you know, it's going to take a little bit. And I need somewhere I can farm, and we need to get that set up quick. That's what we're working on right now. Getting farming set up. Let's just make sure nobody gets stuck up here. Maybe nobody did.
1 whole year? Crypt beer.
What's up, Fanny Pack? God, has it really been a year? Holy shit. Has it really been a year? Oh, good lord. Nine more years to go. Until what? What happens in 9 years? Found your magma layer and you're debating on moving everyone down 100 levels. Probably should do that so they don't waste climbing. Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to do farming up in here because it's an easy place to farm, and we're going to live in the lower layers. Like, that's the way we're doing this. So, because it won't take them too long to run in between these. Which actually, I'm going to real quick. Dig out a storage place here for food, seeds, and maybe cooking? At the very least, food and seeds. Yeah, we'll probably put our kitchens up here, actually. Sneaky Snaky, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. Why do I always use granite blocks instead of granite? Because 1 granite boulder becomes 4 granite blocks, and they weigh significantly less. And also, they make smooth walls instead of rough walls, which is a mechanic that you will not really notice unless you play a lot of adventure mode. Smooth walls are like 100 times harder to climb. So bad news for Claiborne. Claiborne lost a t-shirt, lost their shirt. I guess their shirt is what caught on fire. So that happened. I feel kind of bad. But hopefully we can get you a new t-shirt soon. Definitely is interested near a fine floor hatch. Satisfied upon remembering work. Doesn't feel anything due to inebriation. Neither would I. You also saw a wild buffalo cow's dead body. Meaning I assume that was my wild buffalo that just died. Yeah, oh, okay. I think a giant gray squirrel killed my water buffalo. At least that's my assumption. Hot dwarf summer, truly. Topless tavern keepers. It's truly hot dwarf summer. Okay, got this area being dug out. Let's build a farm plot. Let's actually... Baby tower caps all in the way. You guys want to see a life hack, chat? See these plants that are in the way that are going to screw with my placement? If you build floors on top of them, then deconstruct them, should just get rid of the plants. And your best Embark before, but unfortunately, despite your civilization not being dead, dwarves would refuse to arrive? Was it in a really awkward to get to location? Because that would do it. Yes, it is haunted and terrifying, although nothing weird has happened just yet. Just had wild boars. Nothing particularly out of the ordinary has happened. I've also had no notice about, like, anything scary on the surface. So there's that. I need to set another layer marker for our farm because this is a very vertical fort. on a remove plant option. Build floor on plant, deconstruct floor on plant. Not a high priority for me. I don't know. You need plant gone, build on top of it. I'm solved. I'm very much a supporter of if you have a problem with thing in game, figure out a solution and roll with it. And that's kind of the way I've always played games. I don't know. Maybe I'm a bad person to ask. Okay, so up here, this is going to be a seed stockpile. Only seeds, nothing else. And then the rest of this will be food stockpile. But no seeds. A giant squirrel. Not just a squirrel, a giant squirrel. If it was just a regular squirrel, that would be significantly less
Wow,
scary.
already 6 months.
Wow, already 6 months. No kidding, dude. 6 months. Goddamn long time. May end up putting some stuff up here, but right now I'm going to use this as an entryway so that I can chop. Well, do I want to grow trees down here? That is the question. Not sure. Currently, we're just going to hack them all down. If I grow trees as well, then I need to go one layer further up. Well, I guess what we need to do is we need to assign a manager. Anyone want to call dibs? I'm being assigned manager. As everybody is named. Every single dwarf. You don't want to manage anything ever. I completely agree with you, Shaku. Goss wants it? I think you're in the military. Yeah, you are in the military, so I'd rather not give it to somebody who's in the military. What about Sneaky Snaky? Sneaky Snaky can be the manager. And, Great Yak Cow has been missing for a week. Oh no, that's a shame. And then we're going to set up your management duties after we get farms planted. We are stuck in an ad right now, so I'm not going to unpause the game until the ad is done. And then this little one here, you can do pigtails, plumps. And I'm going to place a farmer's workshop here, which I'm going to make out of granite block. You're holding out for Hammer, Captain of the Guard, or Champion? Gotcha. You think we'll make it to Champion? Oh boy. I mean, currently, so I don't know what it is, if it's a this version thing, but I feel like sometimes I will just settle in terrifying biomes and then nothing scary happens. Where will I put the animals? Oh, definitely down here. Right here. 100% right here. This is where the animals are going. So this certainly seems to be one of those currently. Because I haven't seen anything crazy. Like, it's just been normal giant animals. Just giant animals. The game did warn me about giant grizzlies. I mean, actually, that's kind of not true. My livestock has mysteriously disappeared. Like, we lost a yak cow, and I've got a water buffalo who's just missing. Trying to find sea monsters on stream, only finding birds. I mean, I wasn't directly aiming for sea monsters. But then again, depends on the season, right? The game says I have 0 plant. I'm pretty sure sweet pods, cave wheat, and pigtails are all plants. Game, you're lying to me. Can you build a boat in DF? Not a functional one. You can build a thing that looks like a boat. Oh gosh, that sucks, Nuzzle. I'm currently still crossing my fingers because I spent a week in Las Vegas for TwitchCon. And I'm seeing lots of people that I was hanging out with getting sick now. And it's like, well, whenever you go out now, you just kind of play the sickness lottery. And it's, so far I'm still fine, so fingers crossed. I've had this stupid runny nose for about 3 weeks, but I'm 100% certain that that is just a cold, so. We are going to process plants. And build us a loom. Hopefully your RNG roll is high. Like I said, fine so far, so fingers crossed. I'm also fully up to date on all of my vaccines, so I'm not too worried. So, clothes and leather, I suppose. I guess I could put looms in this general vicinity. Might as well, just put it right here. Also cut out this. We'll start paving around this eventually. Well, thank you, Chiefin. Is there a way to make scholars write more than the actuals? So every discovery can only be discovered once in each world, Derek Blake. Which the short version of that means that no. Scribes can make copies of books and scholars can write more books on the subject that they've already made, but they will only write books about subjects that they have discovered. It's time to confuse everybody. It's time for the Discord appreciation read-along. Antiseptically treated wounds might evolve into healed zombies whenever they are trying to eat brains. Gremlins eat long cables while tearing up phone books to season. That's 2 words, you cheater. Please use only 1 word. They wrote that, not me. I have a phone. All caught up. Your cats are gremlins? What? Sounds like a strange mod. Getting in that last second before Blind got there. I'm pretty much, yeah. We all ended up at the same place eventually, and your teamwork definitely got things written out correctly, so well done. It's a reminder. mining out this area. We got pigtails planted. None up there just yet. Probably still not enough seeds. You're processing all the pigtails, making more seeds, and also making thread, and we're making cloth. So I can make a real quick clothes shop. Ugly layout here. Place you up here. Make you also out of granite. This is all granite too. Excellent. We're gonna have tons of granite. But yeah, basically, if you want your scholars to write a lot, my advice would be to build in a very young world so there's lots of discoveries to be made. But I personally find... I personally find it to be a wee bit annoying to do that. I just kind of don't bother. By 50 demons almost at once and die. Bat people? Okay. Those aren't demons, but demons are demons. Demons are a specific thing. But bat people, I've actually nerfed them, which is not too hard to do. It's a pretty quick settings swap. And alongside of nerfing them, I've also made them come less frequently, because I don't think getting attacked by, 150 stealth units is a fun mechanic. I think it's kind of an annoying mechanic. So because of that, I just don't permit them to do that. And you're making shirts. Hopefully, Layborn will go claim a new t-shirt. Hopefully. So, while they're digging out up there, now that we actually have food getting planted, going to need to make more drinks. Chat, yell at me if I forget to make more drinks. And let's fill up a lava reservoir, shall we? Because turns out this lava space down here is far too populated with, magma crabs to be of much use. So we'll make ourselves a little space here. We'll just go with the one little spherical thing. Can always extend it later. And I need magma safe materials. I was gonna say dolomite is lava safe, isn't it? I'm like 99% certain it is, but let's double check. Ooh, we've got Trimkoff's got 2 family heirlooms. Interesting. Okay, hold on. Where is that? There it is. Yep, it is in fact lava safe. Sweet. So we will use that one dolomite, make a floodgate. I'm gonna use a floodgate down here. Nope, we want to go down, not up. Down, not up. Crabs aren't fun. Yeah, and crabs with a Z are even less fun. There's a wild boar in my... How did you get down here? Serious question, Piggy. How did you get down here? What did you... Why is there 2 of you? Got a pig infestation. It's terrifying. Magic, I suppose. Hey, all right, back to the farms. Stuff's getting going up here. Does Claiborne have a shirt? Claiborne, are you closed again? You are, in fact, closed again. There you go. Look at that. Pigtail shirt. Euphoric due to inebriation. Satisfied at work. Annoyed after lack of chairs. I would be too, frankly. Also need to figure out where I'm putting a tavern. They're digging that out right now. Animals tend to go to where they're not wanted. This is true, and also why I no longer own a cat. Fortunately, we'll be able to make a pretty nice looking fort with all this granite. Let's just knock out 2 of these right now. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, the supply caravan from the Grand Fountains is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with anticipation with no idea of what is in store for them, inspecting these splendid products of your industrious crafts dwarves. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. We chose slow and meaningless death. I'm not trading with them. Not this time, anyway. Wait, what? Oh. Our outpost liaison's an elf? Fascinating. Hold on, I need to check something. Okay, so we do our dwarf is a king. Our king is a dwarf. Seems like everybody else is dwarves. Although maybe not. It's hard to say. Traitor killed. Definitely not a traitor. I mean, it's named Catan, so. That being said, when we were skimming through legends, this entire faction was just like full of elves that were infiltrating. You were last really active before early September, beginning of the school year here in Germany. How'd the cat sitting go? Ah, fine. He's loud and whiny. Yeah, he's got like most of this elves extended family have dwarven names. Except for that one. Except for this dwarf's wife, or this elf's wife, I suppose. His wife has an elfy name, but everybody else has dwarfy names. Like look, Cogsack. Nephew. No. Well, probably what ended up happening, because this elf is 285 years old. It's the year 500. So it's likely that this elf, like, their grandparents, because their mother and father both have dwarf names. So I would say it's probably their grandparents became dwarves, either taken over by the dwarves or just joined the dwarves. One or the two. Well, I mean, let's read this elf's description. Seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, is quite polite, and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He is a friendly individual, and he's given to flights of fancy. He doesn't handle stress well, and he's pleased by his own appearance and talents and likes to take it easy. Often greets others with a hug. Begins to stammer when he becomes exasperated. That's kind of his stare. It's like a cartoon character. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. Values nature and values cunning and values good craftsmanship. Like others in his culture, deeply respects those that work hard at their labors, sees friendship as one of the finer things in life, and truly respects merrymaking parties, and respects those that take the time to master a skill. Yeah, no, this is a dwarf. A great deal of respect for the law, values honesty, values loyalty, values family, artwork, and martial prowess, sees cooperation, values cooperation, and sees leisure time, values leisure time, and respects commerce, and respects fair dealing and fair play. That's interesting. Yeah, fully integrated into Dwarven society, Smitzel. It's always neat when you see elves that have Dwarven descriptions. But a devilish potato meets with the elf outpost liaison. And we request iron bars right now. They want quivers. Why? Why would you want such useless items? Right, then we're gonna mine out this and this. And I'm going to place this floodgate here. Need one more lava safe mechanism. Don't have anything that is currently lava safe. So I'm gonna scroll up to the dolomite layer. It's a lot of marble. Fortunately, there's a good amount of dolomite up here. It's also sulfurite over here. God, this is a deep cavern. Granite is not lava safe, no. Gabbro is lava safe, I just don't have enough. Because I need 3 mechanisms. 1 to make a lever, and then 2 to connect them. So if your Civ exports Terror and Vengeance, how do you fix it? You don't, unless you have DF hack, at which point then you use fix civil war, which is fix/civil war, which is this command. You literally can't fix it. But oddly enough, causing that to happen is the goal of this fortress. Literally is the goal of this fortress. What you could do is install DF hack, launch your game, use that command, close the game, and uninstall DF hack. That would do it. So chat room, do we want to do another round of naming dwarves? I mean, we have a metal crafter here who's now officially named Van Ori. This metal crafter is very greedy and has a strong sense of duty. Does not often feel lustful and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Boo. Has little interest in joking around and thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. And tends to be a bit wasteful when working on projects. Is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual to live differently from himself and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He could be considered rude though he finds the rules of etiquette to be valuable in the abstract. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly and generally acts with an air of focus on the current activity. You volunteer yourself? Noted, 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 noted. Expressing interest is a good way to get to Dwarfus. Just checking things on other locations, seeing what's going on. Yubbity yubbity. All right, so this dwarf dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. He likes platinum and cinnamon glacier and hemp fabric. And you worship Japum Rosmo, which is definitely the most popular god here. And I need to figure out what that god is, actually. Do you have any family? Nope. Next, Durfus here is... UGD. EY. Udgip seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, is bashful, and forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others. He is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and he could be considered rude. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he is generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He doesn't often feel envious of others, and he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this, since he values friendship. He stiffens up when he's surprised, and he speaks in monotone when he's annoyed. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally values introspection and thinks it is of the utmost importance to hold a bold face and never grouse or complain or even show emotion. He values sacrifice and dreams of mastering a crafter work. He has a spouse who's Stukos, who's not here yet, and his older brother is Trimkoff, who's the militia commander, also related to Nil Desperatum. That's everybody. You worship Japun Rosmo. Welcome to the fort. Next up, we have this lie maker who's going to make much a lie. Who's a legendary something or another, which I need to figure out what you're a legendary of. You are going to be Smitchell. So you are married to UGDPY. What are you a legendary in? You're a legendary dancer. So I'm going to do this for about 5 seconds because I fear YouTube copyright claims. You are the dancing... I'm going to stop now. Okay, so this, she lacks confidence in her abilities, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and she likes to brawl and is stubborn, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She is trusting and doesn't often feel envious of others. She can handle stress, and she's quite polite. Queen, young and sweet. Anyway, actually, are you young and sweet? You're 84. That's like middle-aged for a dwarf. Her hands jump all over the place when she's excited and talks very quietly when she's angry. And licks her lips when she's nervous. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, dancing and licking her lips. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. Dislikes competition and does not particularly care about craftsmanship. And doesn't really value skills related to fighting. Well, that's a shame. You're a pretty good fit aside from that. Shortass, the leather worker, has a pet lamb and is now officially... I have no idea what that is. Snackados. This is now officially... Baka Glass. I don't know. Often finds herself to be changing her mind to agree with somebody else and doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. Is dour as a rule and conflicted by this, as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others. She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this since she values friendship. She thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and she has a calm demeanor. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She lives a fast-paced life, and whenever there's a pause in the conversation, she starts to mutter under her breath. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of mastering a skill. Sweet. Join the military. Go stab things. Sure, you'll do just fine. Unless, like, you're not a good fit. Nope, you are. You're a novice swordsman. Perfect. Perfect. There goes the Baba. Being a Baba, we have an animal caretaker. This animal caretaker has lots of family and worships Leto. Cool. This animal caretaker is now going to be... I have a weapon being pointed at me. Ill-Seeker. I feel like Ill-Seeker should be the doctor. She is incredibly unhindered. She's generally unhindered by the thoughts of others considering her actions. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. Occasionally overindulges. Is nervous. Doesn't focus on material goods. Generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Dreams of mastering skill and personally considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless. Are you any good for the military? Baka stabs. Now we're okay. How about you? It's Clother. Quarreler. A quarreler. Ahuna Vyria is now a Clother. She is unfriendly and disagreeable and bothered by this since she values friendship. I feel this. She finds humor in most situations and lacks confidence in her abilities and is slow to anger and is brave in the face of imminent danger. She doesn't try to get things done perfectly and she can handle stress. She has a greedy streak and she is curious and eager to learn. She finds obligations confining and she is conflicted by this as she believes that it is she believes in the importance of the rule of law. There we go. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she's conflicted by this for more than one reason, and she bites her nails when she's annoyed. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. Dreams of mastering a craft or work someday, and personally finds art offensive and would have it destroyed whenever possible. Sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity. Views loyalty unfavorably, and finds nature somewhat disturbing. Worships Ikastodopol, and has no friends. And you're a proficient fighter, dodger, and among other things. So I'm going to actually throw you into the military. Luck. Ahuna Matata. I mean, this dwarf probably should join a hair metal band with a do like that. This one has 2 lovers. Much family. Worships Ritan. I hope you're going to be written about. Chat, would anybody else like a dwarf? You need the chat. Oh, I see. Cow of Justice. That's how that works. Cow of Justice. Cow of Justice. Is sloppy with her living space and is easily moved to mercy. Enjoys being in crowds, and she has an overbearing personality. She takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She has a calm demeanor. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and she is very humble. And she likes a little excitement now and again, and she could be considered rude, and she tends to avoid any physical confrontation. She works to describe natural tendency with her respect to martial prowess. She has a sense of duty. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and she has an active imagination. She is trusting, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and becomes very focused during conversations. And when she's angry, she holds her breath. And when she's nervous, she holds her breath when she's nervous, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, and doesn't particularly value loyalty. There she go. New fort. Yep. Gaius. New fort. We have a new fort because it's the Halloween special. And that appears to be everybody. So this fort will ideally be done by Halloween, if not before. Ring Spire is actually a really good name for Devilish Potato. Hey, look, fire snack. All right, so we got this, got that. Let's see if I can connect this. Nope, don't have enough. Need you to build that mechanism, Dwarf. Unfortunately, we are out of dwarves, so I can't pick more people. And let's see, is there any other animals I need to assign to this? Just the lamb. Okay. Just the lamb. Got a bunch of pigtail cloth, though. Welcome back, Pablo Rasta Shiny. Oh, geez, that's unfortunate. So you moved to the States and got internet so that you can stream. Your mom had a 5 gigabyte limit on her plan. Oh, gosh. Moved to the States. Where were you previously, if I can ask? Okay, I need to make an office. An office from a manager. Because this is... Got an idea. Without migrants. Are you asking because you're in a civil war? Make a public tavern. When visitors join, when visitors show up, they have a chance to ask for citizenship or ask to stay permanently. Or stay for an extended period of time. If you say yes, they will then later ask for citizenship eventually, and then you can gain more migrants that way, but it's not what I would describe as a consistent way. And I think you may have just gotten hit by an ad. Mind, thank you very much for the $9 or $8.95. That is like
100 Swedish kroner. That would be like 3 to 4 coughs in Sweden.
3 to 4 coffees in Sweden. That would be about... Okay, if I'm buying the coffee, I normally buy 3. If I'm buying fancy coffee, 2. And if I'm buying cheap coffee, 5? Probably. It's about half a bag of coffee. $16, well, little 2/3 of a bag of coffee, actually, because I think that's in American dollars. Give the manager statues of what they hate. Now we're just going to start making statues of the god of death everywhere. Obviously. Or the god of murder, rather. Very wholesome god that everybody loves, frankly. Very popular here. Every single dwarf doesn't worship it. So we must increase the popularity of the god of death and murder. Mostly murder. That's just it's kind of like a bonus that comes with the murder. Death god, best god. You're already doing that? All right. Well, if you're already doing that, AKM, I don't know, man. Do you have any holdings that have joined you? If you capture sites successfully and send a squad to permanently live there, so if you attack a site until they have no population yet left, and then you send one dwarf to capture it, then over time, workers will appear there and you can request those workers back. But aside from that, I don't know. There really isn't that, like, aside from like children growing up, which just takes a very long time, there really isn't that many ways to do that. So it's kind of a difficult predicament that you're in. So this is going to be one more wall. And then on this upper layer, I'm going to go around and we're going to just put a roof over top of all of this eventually. But this will be our safe farming area, basically. We are running low on granite blocks, so I need to make more. Sign all dwarfs as roommates and let nature take its course. Yeah, that'll work eventually. If you give them like years of time off, they will get married eventually, but some dwarves will just never get married because some dwarves just aren't interested, which word. But they might gain lovers. This game is such a good... I agree, Baby Blueford. I agree, too. But yeah, the classic lock everybody in the tavern is definitely an option if you need to breed a lot of dwarves quickly. So I'm a little bit concerned about something. This is our entrance to the fort. Meaning if a were creature showed up, you could just walk right inside. And also I'm building this. So this is going to actually, I think, going to be where most of us live. This is going to be where all of our crafting and stuff goes on. So this is going to be where the dwarves end up living. Which is one layer above the lava sea, but I can have a big lava pool over here. We can dig this area out. Dr. Bean's been drawn for chat. Uh-oh. Oh, you drew the fly god of fishing. Excellent. Where's the gills? I approve. If you go to the art section of the Discord, there's lots of that. Okay, I don't actually know how I'm going to dig that out right now. Let's just do this first. Link, Gabbro, and Dolomite. Plink. It's been an art-filled day. You guys are keeping Elfie busy. Okay, so Magma Forge. Go right there. And Magma Smelter. Go right there. No, different world. There's only one dwarven faction in this world, and our entire goal is to start a civil war in this dwarven faction. And hopefully this fort will be done by Halloween, as this is my Halloween special. It's nowhere near as terrifying as City Skylines is right now, but you know, hopefully we'll get the gist done. So I need an office. So I think the manager will get a little office back here. Be a nice little office, and we'll put 2 statues into here. A spooky office? Well, I mean, eventually, obviously. Oops, I don't know what I made that last one. I think literally just a boulder. Merchants have embarked on the journey. See ya! Just trying to get all of this done quickly, like. All right, let's get all of those doing that. Granite blocks instead of granite. What's the diff? I'm amazed how few people know this. Genuinely. So granite boulders are heavy and slow to transport. Granite blocks are very light and quick to transport. Boulders, if built into a wall, make lower value walls, very slightly, that are rough. The game doesn't tell you this at all unless you are playing adventure mode. Rough walls are significantly easier to climb and, well, just by that logic, significantly more dangerous to the surrounding fortress. So generally, you want to use blocks for any building constructions and boulders for crafting. Also, once made into blocks, blocks can go into bins, which means they're easier to store. Also, Beer Meneer, what up, dude? How's things, man? Sneaky. So now the manager. Going to get a chair. And a table. Did I not make you a table? I'm a bad person. I will make you a table. Yeah, also you get more blocks. And boulders are limited. I know some people will be like, wait, you run out of boulders? All the damn time. If you're playing this game at like maximum capacity, all the bloody time. I think Baka Glass is going to be our broker. And our bookkeeper is going to be our manager. So they're going to do managing and bookkeeping. I just have to find them. There you are, all the way at the bottom. Wait. And let's queue up rock door, rock table, rock throne, brew drink from plants. We're going to do 50 of those, 50 of those, 50 of those, 50 of those. And we're also going to make wooden bed, or just bed, I guess. Dead. Bed. And we're going to make 50 of those, and we're going to make these out of specific materials. I'm going to do granite, granite, granite. Let's make these our tower cap. And should be fine for now. Updating stockpile records, good stuff. Yeah, no, absolutely. I've seen people doing that before mine, and it concerns. Sometimes, I mean, I will just like throw away a bunch of boulders, like I'll throw them into lava or whatever. Oh, you were just talking with your friend. Interesting. Congratulating them on their upgrade, I assume. All right, so now that we've got that, let's just do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just get all this stuff done quickly, and it'll be a bunch of crafting jobs, so it'd keep the dwarves busy for a bit. Certainly, but like it's not hard to just make boulders, you know. Also, I will also queue up granite blocks. Rock blocks. Granite. Let's make 150. We're going to run out of granite, don't worry. But I will also be mining up more granite. This is now connected to a lever, so I can now pull this lever. What's the maximum possible amount of dwarves? How big of a computer do you have? That's the answer to that question. I'm going to channel down here, and I have no idea which dwarf is going to take the mantle. The great job of digging into the lava sea. It is Firehawk. I hope you can run quickly. What do you think, chat? Will this dwarf be surviving? Nope, none yet. Although we did have a dwarf briefly set on fire. I slay smoke. She'll make it. She'll make it. Swoosh. Boulders go melt. Yeah, boulders do melt, yes. Well, that's our first death. Rest in peace, Firehawk. Remember, Piggy, stay down there. Piggy, stay.
Bring out your dead.
It's a damn shame. So, I am not allowed to memorialize any dwarves. Happy Halloween, everybody. We just need one vengeful spirit, and this is going to get real bad real fast. We're going to have to very much overcompensate for dwarven happiness. All right, so you, right here, don't have power yet.
Also hello Blindy RL.
Silver Shadow, thank you very much for the 7th month. It's good to see you, dude. How you been? Oh, this whole fort is a red mist generator. I'm pretty sure this has to use dolomite. Yep, it does. So we have hematite and native silver. So I'm actually just going to jump over to here, and we're just going to make a single minecart. And we're going to start building stockpiles for metal ore. We're going to go stone, metal ores. Yes, it is, but it's also the only magma safe material we currently have. Fortunately, there's a bunch of different layers of different types of flexstone, including limestone, dolomite, and various other things. I'm not too worried about it right now. I'm using some dolomite for stuff. We will be okay. We have plenty of flux. We got a track stop going this way, which we can just use granite for. This will allow there to just be a little bit more space in there. And in the middle, I'm going to add a new route. Doesn't have a minecart to add just yet. It's only going to load metal ores. It's going to have none of these. And it's going to load from here. Firehawk has been missing for a week. Well, what a shame. So I'm going to have to seriously overcompensate for the happiness of these dwarves. That is something we are heavily going to have to worry about. And let's actually pull this a little bit longer, open her back up briefly. Pull that. Opens. I'm just sitting here crossing my fingers going, please, please, please don't give me lots of dwarves. Ghosts. Please, please, please don't give me lots of ghosts early. Please, please, please don't give me lots of ghosts early. And also, hey, space potatoes. How's things? Tale of ghosts ripping dwarves' guts out before? I've heard. I once saw a ghost pick up a unconstructed table and throw it across a room and behead a dwarf with it. It actually just like cut him in half. But like still, the severed part was cloven asunder, which is pretty dramatic. I think I need to make a still. Pretty sure I don't actually have a still. So let's jump up to the farming layer and build a still. Yes, 2 drink. 20 dwarf, 2 drink. 1 drink. Also, hey, Fractal Bellum. How's you? We'll just queue that up. Get some more drinks made, because we're suddenly very low on drink. You wouldn't want that. All right. Depicting the fall of your fortress by hunting the main entrance of a drawbridge lever. Oh, really? I love those drawings. It makes me very sad that Zach and Tarn no longer do them, but it makes a lot of sense at the same time. So let's get you a door here. Okay, so we could build a tavern over here, or I could build a tavern on this layer. I think it's more fitting to put the tavern on this layer, personally. And kind of what I'm planning on doing is right now I have this single tile all the way to the top stairwell. Kind of planning on digging this maybe to about here. And then this is going to become a spiral ramp going all the way up to the surface. The thing is, I just need to scout so that I don't hit, like maybe going through here. And then if I'm careful, we won't actually hit any other cavern layers. We'll see. And then I'm going to rig this entire fort to flood with lava, which is how we're going to end it. That's the plan from the beginning, is rig it. All right, so you are going to begin smelting hematite. Same with you. Call him Lava Jesus. Most of these dwarves are very busy, which is good. Anybody brewing? Okay, sweet. We do have drink again. Good to see, but all I do know is that bedrooms are going to go on this layer. In fact, we're going to start building bedrooms right here. So I kind of have 2 options, I think, both of which could be really cool. Option A, I build little hallways going on either side of these, and then windows peering out into this walkway. Option B, we build little constructed walkways all the way along this. I'm kind of leaning the windows side. So this is actually going to be a very, symmetrical fortress compared to my normal builds. But, I have some neat ideas how I can make this look pretty cool, so we're going to do that. Last fort hasn't ended yet, Rusty. This is a Halloween special. What are windows good for? Value, 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 value. Is what they're good for. Can also queue up native silver as well. Now I haven't hit any kind of coal. So if I want to make iron, I have to use charcoal. I'm kind of half expecting right now with this fort to accidentally dig too deep. Like, it's genuinely something I'm a little worried about. Let's make a jeweler. See dwarven aesthetics? Well, I'm glad. Mosquito just flew by. How the hell are you alive? It's 10 degrees in here. I mean, I'm down for some Halloween clown. We can clown around like it's Halloween town. Like, we could absolutely do that. It's like, excuse me, mosquito, who gave you permission to be alive? You're supposed to be dead. The wrong time of year for you. This circus awaits. Oh, it does. Most circusly. Also, YouTube audience, how you guys doing over there? If you're listening to the stream, hit that heart button. I'm actually kind of curious, like how the YouTube side of things is doing. Same with you, Twitch. How you doing? Can I get a round of beers? Still a huge number of people compared to what I've had recently. No clowns for Halloween. No clowns on Halloween. No, please. We'll watch it. It'll be a great time. What a coincidence. There was a mosquito flying around here as well. Exact same thing you said about the actual hack. Odds are pretty good. Turns out there's a lot of mosquitoes in the world. Want to know something cool? Your welcome party size is determined by how old your fort is, with a minimum of 10 and a maximum of 100. Your welcome party? What do you mean by welcome party? Oh, you wait, hold on. You mean the welcome party for the circus? So that's really interesting. Also, to the people on the YouTube side of things, if you want to help, leave a like on the stream. It does actually help. Genuinely, it does help. All right, let's let them do that. And flood the fort ending. I mean, that would be pretty rad. I'm not gonna lie. As a side gig, super creepy dude. It just makes me... Clowns just make me think about Rust Money, and I like Rust Money a lot, so I don't know. Clowns can be creepy, yeah. I won't deny it, though. All right, so let's go up here. You know what? Screw it. Let's try and at the very least get steel weapons going. I do have a decent enough amount of different types of flux. How do you know about my mosquito? How is that your react? That's like me when I was a little child asking my mom and dad if Mr. Rogers could see us from inside the TV. Okay? How do you know about my mosquito? That's what comes to mind first. So we could actually drain this. This? I think we should. We should drain this lava here. I don't know where we're going to drain it to, but we should drain it. Maybe like off the side of the map or something. Because if we do that, then I'd have this big open lava pit that I could, I don't know, like have a bridge that goes over top of. Oh God, wouldn't that be rad? It's a big bridge over an open pit of lava. And if we drain the lava down one layer, then the magma crabs won't be able to swim up and out. New goal? Maybe not really a new goal. I mean, I could do that in like 20 minutes. It's not actually that difficult to do. It's just a question of how do I want to do it, because depending on how I do it, it'll look aesthetically different. So, like, I could dig all the way over to here and then just go this way, basically. The problem is going to be doing it safely. What's the name of your college punk band? I really hope that that was true. You guys think that would look okay as like a... I mean, I make this is my new punk band jokes all the time, so I understand the jokes, but because once I've built this, it's just gonna look like this. Could use it as some other drainage. Because we could dig up to here, and I could channel along here, which would be safe. Yeah, we'll do it this way. So here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do, chat room. Gonna take a little bit to dig through, and we're gonna go down to here. We're gonna go along here, and I'm just gonna dig a little snaky thing all the way up to here. I'm going to then put a door there, dig up one, and we're going to channel out all this after fortifying all this, let it drain off the side of the map, and then we can use this as part of our entryway. No, I mean, no, I'm not going to use this. I'm going to use pumps to do that a little later. But I mean, I will probably end up getting it out of this layer, so I have an infinite source of it from an area that's draining off the side of the map. Most of my miners appear to be making tables right now, which isn't exactly what I need them doing. For dwarven weapons, I like spears. But really, it doesn't matter. Just use the weapon you like using. It's going to be a slow process, so even though we're stuck in an ad right now, I'm not going to worry about it. Let's do this. Surprised that didn't get canceled. I mean, you wouldn't see ads because you're subbed, but people who aren't subbed may see ads. All right, depending on the region, generally. Well, we'll let them do that. Not really. Also, alcohol amount going up, which is good. I still have random wild boars everywhere. Do I have... Oh, I do. I should just make a cage trap. Try and catch both of these. Let's make 10 wooden cages. See if we can just train and butcher those pigs real quick. The boars are taking... There's only 2 of them. There's only 2 of them in the fort. Which is beneficial to us, I would say. We finally learned how to fix drink without goblet problem. Don't store the goblets in a chest unless you have a tavern keeper. Generally what you want to be doing. If you don't have a tavern keeper and you store them in a chest, then they won't be able to access them. Because only the tavern keeper can access them. You also need to have just more goblets than you have in your tavern. That also does it. Varia. Maybe we'll just end up catching the wild boars in the lava cistern, which would be kind of funny. Did I already catch one? Damn, that was quick. Now we're gonna train that wild boar. Butcher in a minute. Okay, so what I think this is gonna do is this is gonna go all the way out to here. And then it's going to do this. It's gonna have a little square. And it's gonna go this way. And once it starts going this way, it's gonna start digging down again. And this little square on this side, gonna get a little room. This little room is gonna go out this way. It's gonna go out this way. It's gonna go this way. It's gonna go this way. And then it's gonna get this. And then it's gonna get a bit of this and a bit of this. Actually, let's actually make it a little bit bigger. And let's make you a little bit bigger. And let's make you a little bigger. Okay. Then I'm going to kill this corner. And that's going to be our tavern. No boar multiplication? I don't feel like multiplying boars right now. But just some bacon on the menu sounds nice. All right, now that we've tamed the wild boar, I'm going to set the wild boar to be butchered. I just need a butcher shop. So let's go back up to the farming layer and go over to here and just make us a butcher shop. And a tanner's shop. I already have a third boar? I beg your pardon? Well, I guess we'll deal with that when we get to that. Dwarves over on this side. I'm actually going to cut out this zircon cluster. Uh-oh. Oh, we've hit lava. That's no bueno. Guess it's this stuff down here, the layer below. Speaking of goblets, oh no, that's not what I need. I need this. Bars. 12 silver bars. Let's make some silver goblets. I could go for some pork belly sandwiches. That sounds pretty good. Maybe like on a roll. Silver goblets are bougie? Yeah, I agree. I mean, come on. We're going to be sacrificing these dwarves to the god of murder. So we do absolutely need to like make them live well while they are here. So this is all granite and diorite. Can pretty much just lock this area off, I think. Not too worried. For finished goods and only goblets in the next tier drink stockpile. So I used what I did for a while, ages ago, is I would make like quantum stockpiles for mugs. But generally, just a pretty big finished good stockpile set to just mugs is a good way to go about doing things. Some kind of Dwarven Edgelords cultist? It's Halloween! Obviously. Come on. That or we're just MCR fans. One of the two. We're either murder cultists or MCR fans. And you know what? I can't tell the difference, frankly. All right, so now we're just going to lock this door. All right, so now that that door is locked, we just need nothing to open it. God, we're going to have so much trouble keeping doors locked, aren't we? Oh my God. A little worried all of a sudden. All right, so now we just have a stack of caged piggies. Feel like someone's going to burn? How? What? Why? Why would somebody burn? Our first dwarf has been possessed, chat room, and streamer needs to use the toilet. So I'm gonna go use the toilet and take this very brief moment to say, y'all are lovely. Thanks for hanging out and watching. Just please wait for like 30 to 70 seconds while I go take a piss. BRB. Sup, chatters? All right, we returned successfully. I have succeeded in a successful return from the, toilet. I don't know where I'm going with this. Has anybody played Return to Moria yet? Is it garbage? Is it any good? I'm seeing people streaming it, so that's why I'm asking. Anyway, so we got this dwarf who's refusing to drink as they've been taken by a mood, and we're now going to follow them. A darkened dawn. A strange mood. Who is drowsy? Married to Trimkoff, so we can't let them die. They almost immediately claim a stoneworker shop, and then prepare to run back with a pile of granite. Then they run off again, and they grab some iron bars. Those are limited. Why are you using all of our iron bars? And then they start muttering, which means success. All right, so let's grab a you and you. Okay, splat, splat. Stabby them, please, thanks. And dwarves are coming up here to dig. Cult of Murdertology. Murdertologist, yes. So what about murder shortagey? What if they're short? Okay, so they're over here digging all this stuff out because it's higher priority. And Claiborne is going to go dig a channel. By the way, Claiborne, you're no longer, you are no longer, what you might call it, pale from being set on fire. However, you are very... Dwarf Fortress, everybody. Claiborne, you may want to run up. Like, up. So what I'm going to do is, this is a bit of a problem. Unintended consequences, shall we say. Let's build a door there. Claiborne, you are now on fire again. I like how "Are you serious" is the other minor. Hey, look, a ghost. Firehawk has arrived. Feels fondness remembering speaking with a friend. Dwarves, is anybody, Anyway, a dwarf has created an artifact. A granite scepter, in fact, and offers it to the celebrated ghost of oceans. Does any... Can you, like, stop it, DFAG? I don't want this... All right, I do actually have to click ignore. I might actually just disable that feature. It's not a fun feature. I don't like it. Dwarves, is anybody, Anybody up? Anybody? Is anybody locking the thing? We need you to lock the thing. It is imperative that you lock the thing. Dwarves, nani the fuck you at? Please, locketh the door. Anybody. I'm going to go into tasks and pause a bunch of jobs so that you fuckers do the thing. I need these walls built. Stat. Please. Somebody. Okay, door works. Come on. Never mind, you're loading a cage trap. Shit. Okay, you ran away at least. Okay, canceling this. Dwarves? Okay, that's one. Wait. Okay, there's a burning wild boar so in there. Well, that's unfortunate. Can we please? Anytime this fuck. Come on. Yes. Okay. Good news is we're not all gonna die. Bad news is Claiborne died. Oh, my heart. Sorry, Claiborne. Good news is, Claiborne, we're not memorializing dwarves. Bad news is you don't get another one. Good news is you'll get a green one. Soon, probably. Also, eventually that hallway will become usable again, because this is just going to drain off the map. And then this dwarf over here, you can just, like, dig your way up. Or you could just wait. I mean, it's going to drain pretty quickly, probably, actually. Well, actually, I think the plan for this is to literally just go this way. Up to here. So, just pause this for a bit. Oh no, Claiborne's been missing for a week. Well, that's a damn shame. Well, that was nothing if not entertaining, right? Gotta go easy on digging the trenches for a little bit, that's for sure. Firehawk has risen and is haunting the fortress. Missing, clearly. Well, anyway, on the good news is that's draining. So, God, I should have like looked. It's just 1,000% my own fault. That was White Knuckle Dwarf Fort? Yeah, no kidding. I almost had to seal off the forge, which would have been bad. Also, literally everybody has no job now, which is interesting. Oh, right. Nobody likes this temple, right? And also, I did kind of go through and like pause literally every job. So let's unpause all these jobs. And then we can look at that artifact. Who's excited about the fact that we had an artifact? Definitely me. So the goal is to make this fort dumb and entertaining. I think I'm succeeding so far. People say the Dwarf Fortress is a chill and calm game. It is a chill and calm game. What are you talking about? You're lying. Sheesh. This is going to be a dining hall. It's a very chill game. Very, 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 very chill game. And it's going to be associated with a tavern that isn't public. And I'm going to begin making beds. You know what? I think I'm just going to smooth these floors for these bedrooms. I will give them constructed walls eventually. We're just going to go with smoothed floors and walls for right now. And then over here, this is going to get a bunch of constructed floor. I'm going to lower the priority on a bunch of this just so that we can get to this dwarf quicker. But they're going to start canceling this in the middle here. Right around there. What's funny is not the fact that we set a dwarf on fire so quickly. What's funny is that we set that dwarf on fire twice. So I have YouTube chat popped out, right? And it's in OBS. Popped out in OBS, like embedded into OBS. So whenever people click the little heart icon, a random heart just like floats up the side of my right monitor. And I keep thinking there's bugs on my screen. Because it's like a small thing floating up my monitor. And I keep going, what the fuck? Oh. Can dwarves get skinny twice? No, actually. You had every opportunity to not be on fire. Yeah, you just needed to not walk down the stairs. I want to know how long it's going to take for our ghost population to outpopulate our dwarven population. You know, part of me is really sad right now that, like, the, like, undead aren't, like, there's no undead on this map so far, and, like, it hasn't been an even remotely terrifying biome. However, we're going to fix that sooner rather than later, so don't worry too much. All right, for right now, we're just going to fill all this in with granite. What's up, Leroy? Exclamation point Halloween if you want the goal for right now, because that's the goal for the other fort. So it's be 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that should be enough bedrooms, I think. At least for the initial roll. So funny we did it twice. What, setting Claiborne on fire? I mean, we're slowly becoming the Ghostrazor. I mean, how many ghosts do we have right now? Just one? Or is it 2? Just the one. Who seems to be very chill and hanging out around here. Fun fact, chat. Did you know that ghosts die of old age? You're leading an unexciting life for too long, UGDPY. You're leading an unexciting life. Allow me to just reiterate. You are leading an unexciting life. You want your life to be more exciting. Mate, I don't know how to help you. Quite literally. Just use whatever's closest for that. Yeah, apparently. You are, in fact, very unexcited. It's gonna make charcoal until we run out of charcoal. Until we run out of tree, rather. Then we'll make some steel. Well, it's about to get spooky. How exciting. Good timing game. I do see the messages on YouTube for reference. I'm just not actively responding to them. Well, saw a fort. I saw a fort, and the fort won? Giant squirrels are a menace. I had giant flying squirrels for a while in the last fort. Those were something. What was disappointing about giant flying squirrels is that they don't actually fly. It's like, they literally are just normal squirrels with a different color palette. Okay, I don't have any of these or any of these. Got it. But I can, however, set all of these as bedrooms, which will be great for my dwarves. Boom, 15 bedrooms created because I need one more door on this one. Then it'll be 16 bedrooms. Good luck, Alonzo. Good luck, dude. It's a non-trivial amount of potential fear and threat, that. So we've got couples already, of course, such as a devilish potato and Stone aka Seashore's Wall. Unfortunately, Block of Glass is still single. Got Elfie and their partner. We've got Sneaky. Lots of couples in this fort. Sad. Well, I guess they'll go out together. This means we have plenty of beds for right now. Gratitude after remembering being rescued, sleeping in a very good bedroom. Good, good, good. Baka's Bog. I mean, sure. This is draining. We're down to 3. So this whole thing will eventually drain out. I kind of need another migrant wave so that we can... Kind of need another migrant wave so that I can start my soldiers training, because if I start my soldiers training now, literally nothing's going to get done. Also, if you're wondering why I'm manually assigning these, is so that I can see how many more bedrooms I need to make. But right now, everybody has a bedroom with with 2 to spare, so that's good. Just melt a dwarf in a bedroom? Why would I do that just once a year? Why not 3 times a year? Where's your sense of excitement? An adventure? Don't know what I'm going to do with those corners. I'll figure out something. Actually, no, we could do this. At the ends? Reminds me of the dungeon that I made that floods. Did I ever successfully get that working? I can't remember. I don't think I did. So currently we have 1 upset dwarf. Didn't feel anything while crying on somebody in charge. Okay, so Baka Glass is already having a rough time of things. Baka Glass not super happy. Baka Glass pretty upset, in fact. Which is a damn shame, truly. On the bright side, we do have plenty plump helmet wine. So let's check the map. I'm kind of hoping we'll get some ocean creatures spawning, but no such luck just yet. Oh, this is all draining. It's draining quite fast. It's a bloody shame we had to lose such a good dwarf, though. You're making charcoal. Just gonna make them make pig iron bars. Which is going to take a little bit. Well, let's just say I've been streaming Dwarf Fortress for like... So I've actively been streaming Dwarf Fortress since late 2018. I've been playing this game on and off since 2009. Dwarf Fortress is the only game I've ever streamed that I've not been consistently burnt out on. I've certainly burnt out on it, but it's at such a large interval that it's not really an issue. So, I don't know. Maybe. But hasn't happened yet, really. And when it does happen, I just take 3 weeks off. Let's go do something else for a bit. Yeah, exactly, always injured. Been lurking at work, now done with work. Time for snacking now. I've actually already had some people saying thanks for the YouTube stream because YouTube isn't blocked at work, whereas Twitch is. Like, excellent. Excellent, truly. Your work doesn't block shit, thank God. I remember years ago on the topic of blocking things, my public library blocked miniclip.com and addictinggames.com. But we figured out that you could get around it if you loaded JesusBibleverses.com, which wasn't blocked, and allowed you to install this little extension for the web browser, okay? And it would just put like Jesus's face down at the bottom, who would occasionally spew out Bible verses. And the way it worked is you would go to Jesus Bible Verses, and then on the in the middle of the website, you would type in a different URL, and it would take you to that other website and act, I guess, as some form of like redirect. So we'd go to the public library, scan our library card, type in our library card numbers, sign in, sit down on the computer, go to JesusBibleverses.com, and then in Jesus Bible Verses, you'd then type in miniclip or addicting games, and then you go play in browser games. It was great. It was great timing. Like, it's so convoluted. Literally, it's like a VPN. It acted like a VPN. Like, it would let us go to any banned website. We also could get to adult websites, which was a good time when you're like, 12. You'd rather have dancing Jesus gifs from The Simpsons? Well, there you go. A friend of mine got in a lot of trouble actually printing stuff off at the library. God, kids got it so easy these days. You don't understand how that would work. Whatever, like, site blacklisting thing, because, like, it would literally just say JesusBibleverses.com / and then a bunch of characters and then www.miniclip.com. So this is what the URL ended up looking like. A few years ago, you stepped, a few years back, your work had only one outbound IP for Twitch traffic, so we were all just perpetually flood the protection timeout. That's funny. It's not illegal. I mean, we did get kicked out of there once. Free proxy, pretty much, yes. Free proxy. I'm pretty sure the people creating that website didn't realize what people were using it for either, which kind of makes it better. All right, so that's been constructed. This stuff is all getting constructed. I like how the dwarves are trying to reload that cage trap right now. It's very funny to me. All right, so we're going to go into here and we're going to just do... Do that. Here, dwarfs, have a table. The underpaid person who had to make it probably knew. Oh, probably. Looking at all the traffic. This checks out. You know, it's kind of funny. I've been sitting in like really warm spaces for a while because I was in Las Vegas. And I'm sitting in like about 10 degrees Celsius, if I had to guess, inside of this apartment right now. And my left hand is a little cold. That's about it. It's like the rest of me is totally fine. Mouse hand, totally fine. But my left hand is a little cold. Like I need to just acquire like a, I don't know, like a glove or something. Bypassing silly bans with silly answers. What do you mean? Got a laptop, your hands will be nice and toasty. True, you are correct. Kind of the opposite thing, but there was this product that was at TwitchCon, which I'm never going to buy or use. But it was literally a USB hub with a can holder in it. And it was a portable can cooler. So it would keep your can cool. And also was a USB hub. And like a wireless phone charger. You got the opposite problem. Your mouse hand is cold. Really? We're doing that. Doing that. Start getting more doors assigned as well. 32 more of them. Also put a door over here. I wonder if anybody makes like a mouse warming pad. You guys think that exists? Wait, I'm sorry, what? Chat room, the game thinks I have 18,000 pigtail. I can tell you for fact that is incorrect. Wait, is that 180,000 pigtail? That is 180,000 pigtail, actually. Does it count all of the unharvested pigtail? That's definitely not in pigtail units, no. Bookkeepers and I mean... Okay, so I got 57 seeds and 18 pigtail cloth. I literally was just clicking that to see how much pigtail I had. But apparently, if you're making bags, that's not accurate. Anyway, let's just make like 15 of those. I guess. I'm assuming it's just counting literally every piece of pigtail on the entire map. That is my main assumption currently. Also, did we get a baby or am I crazy? We did! Why not? Chat, anybody want to be a baby? Elfie Bean will be your mom. Well, your name literally has baby in it. So, Baby Blue Ford. Baby Blue Ford. Can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary and feels best when everybody gets along without any strife for contention. Does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity and is conflicted by this. That she values artwork and its creation. She has little interest in joking around, and she can be a little bit wasteful when working on projects. And she is stubborn, and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She isn't particularly curious about the world, and she has a calm demeanor, and she tends to consider what others think of her, and she tends not to be swayed by the emotional appeals. And she talks very loudly when she's excited. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally values romance and finds friendship burdensome and probably won't grow to adulthood. But daba, she says. Scarily accurate. It's like getting her palm read. So one of the things I'm really curious to see about this fortress is there was somebody either on Discord or Reddit a while ago, around the time the game launched, who didn't know that you could memorialize dwarves, and just figured that ghosts were something you had to deal with, right? And they said that a lot of dwarves went insane due to the ghosts, but after a period of time, some of them started just being friends with them and speaking with an acquaintance. So I'm really curious to see what's going to actually end up happening if I just don't ever memorialize dwarves. Also heated mice. Excellent. Very useful if you live in the Arctic. Because we have this ghost right here, who is literally a kindred spirit with a devilish potato. Just a little chit-chat with your long-dead pal. Exactly, yeah. It's like, you know, speaking with a long-dead relative. Still can't believe it. Exactly. Casper the dwarf. Casper the friendly ghost. Yes. Where is the lava going? Off the edge of the map. We are draining it. If you fortify the edge of the map, lava will flow off the edge of the map and then quite quickly disperse and vanish. Baka Glass is still the most upset dwarf, who's just running around yelling at people in charge and dwelling on being caught in the rain. Well, great. Dwelling on being caught in the rain. You know, some things about this game, they never change. Get these jurists their own ghost hunting show. Might not be a bad idea, actually. Sure, we'll make plenty of money on the Learning Channel. Wait, actually, who hosts ghost shows? I don't even know. Is it the Learning Channel or is it Discovery? I don't really watch ghost hunting shows, to be honest. History does? Okay. Can you make some umbrellas for them? I kind of wish dwarves had umbrella technology, but unfortunately dwarves do not have umbrella technology. You can build, like, you know, covers, obviously. Put up ceilings so they don't get rained on. I miss Discovery when Discovery was actually just educational stuff, yeah. Discovery was once my favorite, like, TV channel. Back when I, like, used to go over to my cousin's house growing up because I never had TV. I used to love watching that. Also, just to the person in the YouTube chat, Sam, I just want to say I don't really respond to the YouTube chat as far as interesting things happening. A couple very white-knuckle moments of near misses to do with lava. Beyond 2000 was your absolute jam? I don't know. Honestly, I don't remember any of the shows that I used to watch. I just remember watching stuff on Discovery and it being really interesting. A lot of Mythbusters, though. All right. There we go. So now we have more than enough bedrooms and a tavern. Next thing we probably need is just like a little mist generator right there. But nearest power is pretty far. There's a bunch of water right here, though. assuming it's flowing in from the edge of the map, could get power from right here. So let's just do that. Okay. And once we get up to here, down one layer there. Shark in the building during Shark Week. I do very much fondly remember Shark Week. I'm not totally sure why, but I do. Still on attempt 1, we've got some ghosts hanging around. I almost flooded the entire fort with lava. So, great. And also, just big thank you to all of the follows. We're still just getting like a ludicrously high number of followers compared to what I'm used to. So, thanks for all the follows, everybody. It's day 1 of the Halloween fort and day 2 of me trying to figure out how to stream on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time, which has been a learning curve, shall we say. Putting it bluntly. Which is kind of nuts, actually, because like the concurrent viewers on the YouTube stream is about what my Twitch channel had before Dwarf Fortress launched on Steam. Bring back Chompy. Bring back Chompy! What is the world going to do without Chompy? How are we ever going to survive without Chompy? We're giving the dwarves a little bit of a much-needed break. We're letting them tell stories. What story did you just tell? In life, you have to work harder. They're fine. It's great when we can all be married together. Shouldn't waste your life on revenge. These dwarves with advice for life. It's nice to see my channel grow again. It's been a bit, hasn't it? Been a little bit. All right. So we're probably making pig iron. We got a little bit of pig iron. Got 29 charcoal. I'm just going to queue up 30 steel. It's gonna cancel for a bit. Oh, we ran out of flux. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go all I flew past it very briefly. No, I didn't. Is it up at the top of this? All right, there it is. So this is dolomite, and this is where we found iron. So I'm actually just gonna dig around in this layer. Because hopefully we can just find more iron. Which would actually just be very useful. Very, very useful. Because I need both the dolomite and I need the iron. Might as well have a pig fort. Damn it! I slaughtered those wild boars we had earlier. These gnolls. Think they can mess with your dwarves? What mod are you using that adds gnolls? Also, we've got a second boy up. Second baby. Actually, we got 2 babies. 2 more babies. Got Endok. And one other one. And this one over here remembers talk with a friend. Is anybody actually getting spooked by the undead? This is a very passive ghost. Door sold. I think this baby wants to sell doors. And never learned how to play, but you've recently revisited and you're having a ton of fun? Did you install the Steam version or an older version? So had a dwarf betray you, Steam version, and some mods off of. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, if you're using mods, then my ability to help you is significantly lower than it would be otherwise, but enjoy. Because I generally just play without any mods. I think we're just gonna end up selling zircons to them. Cool. We're making steel bars. So you make pig iron. Pig iron. Also, hey, Yannick. How's things, dude? For Dwarf never had a strange mood and no extreme personality traits, and they become passive ghosts and then just hang around. Oh, really? Huh. Interesting. I guess it's like the dwarves that are sometimes cruel that you don't really want to have hanging around long term. I'm actually not sure how this happened, but I think Claiborne managed to get up the stairs and leave all their clothes on the ground. That's kind of dark. Okay, let's build a proper food storage and kitchen right here. I think is what we're gonna do. We're gonna put all of our kitchen stuff on that side down there. It's gonna take a little bit to take it out. You're talented or something? Yeah, I'm not sure how you managed to keep all of your clothes from burning up. What's the ghost count? I think just one. Unless Claiborne's come back? Yeah, it's just Firehawk. Firehawk is currently a passive ghost too and is just chilling. Just hanging out. Yeah, I didn't know the detail about strange moods. That's interesting. We're learning things about ghosts today, it seems. Extreme dodging into lava skills. Also, this dwarf's pick's invisible. Why that? Interesting. Yep. Bam. Bam. Wow, wow, wow. The only mods you use are to add the older music and some Swearer songs. Yeah, I'm really glad that that's a moddable thing now. I really should like get into the habit of like I've installed that mod. I'm not in the habit of making new worlds and adding them. So I just kind of don't ever get around to it, which sucks because I just keep forgetting. Genuinely. Also, you guys want to know some fun numbers? Guess how much money I made from my first YouTube stream? Because I think numbers are fun. Shockingly close, actually, I smoke. Not just off. $40, oh my god. I only made ad revenue and I made $4.72 off of 223 hours of watch time and 850 views. I mean, if we're going by Price is Right rules, then yeah, yes, you do win, in fact. Well, I mean, it's not demonetized. Demonetized is different than limited ad revenue. And also, I'm not sure if the stream was counted for limited ad revenue or just the VOD. I don't know. It'll be fine when I re-upload it to YouTube, which I've already done. And it's gonna go up, I think, tomorrow on the other channel. And it's already, like, green monetized, which is funny. YouTube has, like, these weird double standards where sometimes you'll upload a video and it'll be like, we can't monetize this. And then you re-upload the exact same video with no changes whatsoever. And they're like, we can monetize this. Which is like, make up your friggin' mind, YouTube. The vast majority of YouTube money actually just comes from, like, super chats and such, which I'm not really encouraging, so it's fine. People can do that if they want, but... Your wife just brought home a beautiful bottle of bourbon. What kind of bourbon? Which bourbon before you run off? But then enjoy your bourbon, Space Potatoes. I like that chat asked which bourbon before I asked which bourbon. We'll never know. But by the time Space Potatoes comes back, they won't remember what the bottle of bourbon was. Like insurance companies, they save money by initially rejecting everything and then seeing what is contested. You know, you're probably not wrong, actually. I mean, there's few things in this world that are more dangerous than a spouse showing up with a bottle of alcohol. To survive the game is quite easy. To learn is the hard part. The hard part of learning is the little thing that can exist or happen with only 1%. Definitely understand it's quite an intricate game, isn't it? You just wondered about the ability to comprehend the game. You yourself start quite hard with the game, and you would say that you don't even know 1% of it, which is the current version of it. Here's the reality, Mirylyn. The vast majority of Dwarf Fortress's complexity is completely irrelevant to actually playing the game. Yes, Dwarf Fortress is actively processing and paying attention to and accounting for blinking eyelids. It doesn't matter to the player. Genuinely. Doesn't matter to the player at all. And this is a very consistent thing amongst stuff in Dwarf Fortress, where, yes, there's usually a lot of things that are very complicated that you're completely unaware of. But it doesn't matter. Dispose of the bottle of alcohol and that might be worse. The worst is an ex-spouse showing up with a bottle of alcohol. You know, actually, you're not wrong. The most dangerous thing that can happen to you is... Dolmas has been elected to the position of bookkeeper of the infamous company. Is that one of my dwarves? Nope. Okay. I don't have two bookkeepers then. Nobody just died. Why did you tell me that? Flag Moist has been elected to the position of innkeeper of the infamous company. No, the only dwarfs that have died are Firehawk and Claiborne. And they both died thanks to lava. Once was an intentional sacrifice, and the other was an accidental oopsie on my part. It was a damn shame, frankly. I mean, I never planned for it. I was trying to account for it, and unfortunately, I misjudged. But thanks to the heroism from our dwarves, we were able to save the remainder of the fortress without having to, you know, like, just accept the fact that we're all gonna melt. Thank Piss. This is gonna be all hail Piss. In this fortress, we worship the mighty Piss. I didn't name him. The game did. Please don't hate me. Okay, so we're up into early summer. It's true, though. It's literally named Piss. Like, what more do you want from me, man? Seriously. How else am I supposed to, like, refer to something that is literally named piss? You miss Cogfucker. Cogfucker. I mean, Cogfucker will be back tomorrow. Or maybe not tomorrow, but, like, next week. Next week. And then we can go back up to the farming lair and kill this. Should also put a door up here in case extreme disaster. All right, and then the next thing we need to do is I need to... God, could just like start building wool, but... I need to go up another layer. This needs to be dug out, and we need to just start building a roof here. This is not going well. Deep space. This is going very poorly. Need empty food storage items. Well, that's a shame. Let's make some craft store shops. Make rock pots. Hundo and 50 of them. We're going to use granite. Speaking of, we have some steel. Let's see how we're doing for steel bars. Iron, silver, steel, 10, sweet. We're going to make steel spear. Make 10 of them. I don't actually know how much they use. We'll find out. Always forget. Sell stars. If you type in exclamation point Halloween, you'll get the command you're looking for. You know, I'm very happy Steam has just sent me an email informing me that a game I wish for is now on sale. Returnal is now 33% off, which is $53.59 Canadian, which means it only needs to be about 40% off for me to actually buy it. So maybe in like 8 months, I'll actually be able to buy it. I want to buy that game, but I don't want to pay full price for it. Okay, I think it's 3 it takes. Or no, just 1. Sweet, that's actually perfect. Because you're not subscribed. Zealous Stars is getting an ad because it's not dubbed. Do you like to narrate our games? What do you mean? What do you mean, do I like to narrate our games? Got a patch that fixed something? End of September. Well, we're at the end of October. But you are certainly not currently subscribed to the channel. I'm confused. Let me look at my shiz. Yeah, maybe do that. I don't know. I am kind of at a loss. I am not currently sure. Work orders. Process plants. And there's 10. No, not really. The reason I don't particularly like narrator games is I like to talk while I stream. And games that have narrators make it really hard to talk. So, I'm assuming you're referring to Slay the Princess because that game has a lot of narration and voice acting. At that point, it just becomes reaction content, which, believe it or not, I'm kind of a blank person. I'm not very good at reacting to things. Like, ask anybody who watched me play through Fear, where I was basically just kind of like, yep, the whole time. That game doesn't even have narration. But yeah, I don't know. Nothing really comes to mind, I will say. Well, at least this is draining. We're getting there. Down to 1. 1 deep. It's not even like... It's literally just going here and evaporating now. My reactions are better than most channels, IMO. Horrified after being hunted by a dead friend. Oh no! Go make steel bars. Literally ran away in fear just now. Come on, you can do it. Still being haunted. Oh no! That's a shame. Okay, so we have steel spears now. So let's get these dwarves to know orders. Let they go equip their gear. Oh, true. Yeah, I did play The Veil. That was an interesting game. But I wouldn't necessarily say that that was a narrator game, really. I would call like a narrator game something like... I guess Portal is kind of a narrator game by that definition. I like Portal. Portal's pretty good. 2 Portal tattoos. I do quite like Portal. It's going to be a training base. What this is going to be. True. I didn't like Darkest Dungeon all that much. Found it quite uninteresting and repetitive, but I last played it right when it released from early access and never tried any mods or anything, so... Would I play any of those on stream? I played the first one and absolutely hated it. I don't remember if I streamed it, though. In regards to the Dungeons games. Like, I genuinely hated that first one. So, it is unlikely that I will play any of the other Dungeons games. Okay, we're making granite pots. You're just standing up there. You're hungry and grabbing food. Well, let's just wait until this is all dug out. Fire snakes, yes. Fire snakes are not a threat. They are just like any other perfectly normal vermin. They are a non-threat. I'm very disappointed that the surface is not like throwing scary things at me though. This is a like double terrifying one haunted biome and like maybe it's because I'm not doing anything on the surface. I don't know. Won't be on long, but you didn't want to leave the bourbon a mystery. Jefferson reserves next to private single barrel. Ooh. Jealous. Could go for some bourbon right now. Not gonna lie. Besides, I kind of suggested that I was going to pick up a bottle of something for my partnerversary, which is coming up real soon. Although this isn't supposed to be a meeting zone. This is supposed to be a barracks. I like how half of the dwarves still equipped swords. And you know what? That is totally fine. They can use those swords if they insist. One of them even has an axe. Copper axe, even. I'm actually going to equip and reassign their uniforms because I'm assuming a bunch of them are just going to go grab better weapons. By better weapons, I mean the spears, because they're made out of steel. Yeah, some of them are. Are ghosts not scary enough for me? No, I mean, I was hoping for more immediate threats, but I'm not losing sleep over the fact that there's no ghosts in here. Well, that can be dug through now. Aside from the part that, you know, magma crabs may come through, but it's fine. We got some more hematite down here. I'm also going to put dolomite here. I'm going to go into this minecart, and we're also going to load dolomite. I mean, there's one. Firehawk right here. Just one. It's delicious neat. Probably not something you would buy for yourself. I only drink whiskey neat, so. All right, well, that minor panic attack over. You're indeed not here to parley. You messed up the Deep Naga army waiting outside your doors, and you barricaded the entrance. They were not here to parley. Yeah, no, I mean, I know very little about... You must be using, like, the Dark Ages mod, would be my assumptions, considering you're fighting Nagas and, like, gnolls. That sounds like the Dark Ages mod. Yeah, I have very little experience with the Dark Ages mod, but it is one of the more popular mods. Multi-grasp spear. Oh, that's interesting. So why is this dwarf listed as here, but they're not? Spartrax was... Their spouse was Burr. Did I kill a Burr? I don't think I did. Why are they listed as here then? Maybe they're coming on the next Embark? But, like, they don't have clothing. I mean, that's almost better, G-Fin. We're just invading Maga over here. Yeah, it's a good time. So, simply stated, if a dwarf has, like, color text, it means that they're on the same map, usually. I've killed two dwarves so far, but neither of them had these names or these jobs. So... I'm very like, did you lose a No, you didn't. They didn't lose a relative. I don't know. That's weird. I actually have no idea why that's like that. So I'm just going to make a very generic stockpile for like right here. This stockpile is going to be for finished goods, furniture and ammo, weapons probably, cloth, armor, and finished goods. Just gonna put everything right here. Hopefully get all this crap from up here. Okay, how are we doing on bar? Got 10 steel bars still. All right, let's do steel shields, 10 of them. And that's our one ghost so far. Firehawk, who just hangs out. Also, I did dig out this. Success. Awesome, awesome. I can now go all the way along to here. Can smooth this. And, can dig over to here. Do this carefully. Don't actually want to let the dwarves walk up that way. Just going to put 2 fortifications down there to stop critters from coming in. And this is going to be water power. Water power. I'm just curious about something, so I'm just going to check it. So yeah, today is significantly less crazy in overall views than yesterday, because yesterday we got 10,000 views. But I'm still significantly above where I normally am. Like, we've been streaming for 6 hours and 17 minutes, and we've gotten 2,000 views on the Twitch channel. Normally, around that time, I would have about 1,000 to 1,100. There's definitely a lot more traffic coming through the channel, even though it's not as crazy as yesterday. Yesterday was kind of nuts. And it's weird because it didn't come from YouTube, Deep Space. There was like no logical place for the traffic to be coming from. It came from other recommendations, mostly, which I have no idea what that means, and Twitch didn't elaborate. So, got a lot of views from other recommendations, apparently. Let's make some meals, too. Space aliens? I'd be more concerned if aliens came from places that weren't space. Mitchell, the lie maker. More than half of the dwarves are training now. UGDPY, thank you very much for the 10-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you. Including somebody who I think tuned in for the first time yesterday. Thank you so much, mate. Everybody was missing me because I went to the event. Yeah, but 10,000 views is like significantly above what is like that kind of return thing. But maybe, I don't know. I kind of just find it hard to believe that people care that much about me. But, you know. Spiritual Voodoo Ranger IPA. It's a drinkable beer. Immaculate vibes. I am many things, but immaculate is not one of them. Because I saw a video about Dwarf Fortress and you listed the most popular dwarf, and you are listed as the most popular Dwarf Fortress streamer. Like just on Twitch currently? Or in general? All right, I was worried they wouldn't show up a second time. But here we go. We get to trade. A novice appraiser. Would you look at that? So they send the elf back. The elven diplomat arrived. Yes, we do have Catan again. Not much. Ping my dear and yourself. Hold on, let me get the lever. What is that? Just like a collapsing bed? We're also gonna get them just mining up more of this while they need stuff to do. All right. Let's equip, update equipment. Sweet, a bunch of them have shields now. Look at that. Dabbling Spear Dwarf. Gotta start somewhere. You want to pay? Sorry, but like, I'm never going to not be amused by this. Okay, just, I'm gonna post this like in announcements on Discord if you want to just see the screenshot. But like, I must pray to piss. I am dejected. Speaking of being dejected. Hey, Infinity, how you doing? It's good to see you. Sorry, I have to go post this on social media and be a weirdo. Because it's just way too fucking funny to me. It's literally what this dwarf is saying. I must pray to piss. I am dejected. Must you now? Well, that's horrifying. The ever... BRB, gotta pray to piss. Gotta pray till I piss is a very different thing. Oh my Christ, that's too funny. That's so funny. I guess I should make a temple to piss, shouldn't I? I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do we have of your merchants? I'm just gonna request iron bars and steel anvils. They want cloth and arrows. They actually asked me for quivers, of which I've made 0. But I do have cut gems, so I will give them the shiny things. And hopefully they appreciate the shiny things. And then I'm going to steal some of their stuff, because...
You're in for a world of hurt if you don't build that temple blind Kappa.
You are not wrong. I am in for a world of hurt. It'll get kind of itchy, I would assume. How are you doing, Prismatic Flux? Thank you very much for the 25th month. Yes, of course, a temple of piss with a statue of piss. Block of glass, my broker's in the military, so I gotta stop him from training. Shows up to trade with a sword. That's actually, like, weirdly fitting. Like, genuinely, that is oddly fitting. Literally is showing up to trade with a sword. All right, I'm going to mark a few of these. We're gonna trade for, I don't need the tray for pewter, nor the billin, but I will trade for all the iron bars. I will trade for both of the glasses. I want the funky piano thingy. Whatever this is. Yeah, never mind, can't actually afford anymore. Which means, offer a trade. Buy some more things. They brought a duck and a peahen. Buy these barrels. Brought a silver mace, we can buy that. Buy the 2 picks. Let's buy the 2 shields, why not? And the steel helmet. Trade. That's enough gems, I think. So what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna be like, oh look, you have some books. Nice, 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 nice. We'll buy those 2. Man, we got a yellow trade? Well, that's lucky on us. All right, then we'll trade for these 2. Buy one of those. And be a little cheeky and say, yo, that cheese, man. Their cheese. In fact, let's ask for all the cheese. Trade? I won't trade a loss. You sure? I must make profit. There's simply not enough value here. I won't trade a loss. They not eventually get mad at you? Well then. Well, we've traded with them a couple of times, but I'm going to take this stuff. They're not letting me seize, so instead we'll just simply deconstruct. There we go. Trimkoff now has a helmet. Can I not remove that until they're gone? Did they change this? They're actually going to make me, like, be complicated about things. That's interesting. I actually have to, like, maniacally kill them. I wasn't really planning on doing that, but I suppose if I have to, if I must, will. Speaking of if I must, now start digging this way. We're also going to make crossbow dwarves, by the way. That is the other thing we're going to be making in this fort. Because, you know, the way I'm building this is going to end up being perfectly situated, set up for it, so I might as well use them. May end up just using bone bolts. I'm not actually sure what material we're going to use. Crossbow dwarves can be very, very good, yeah. All right, well, we can start digging on all of this. It'll take a little bit, but... Your pennies
What
won.
does
Wait,
this
what?
button do? Oh,
Looks like it
well.
did.
Time to celebrate getting old by throwing money at other people.
So you celebrate getting old by throwing money at other people. Welcome back, Celestars. Thank you very much for re-upping that subscription at tier 2. You are very, very kind. And you should have access to the sound commands now. Appreciate you. Charge everything for a little. Yeah, definitely do your charging. That's an important thing to get done. And I'm going to make some iron picks, I suppose. Yeah, let's just do that. Iron breastplates, iron gauntlets, iron greaves. Don't really need boots currently. It was posted further up in chat, yeah. I didn't stare too closely at it. Someone wants to scroll up in chat and copy paste it, that'd be rad. I could also just actually look at Space Potatoes Unite. User chat logs. Space Potatoes says it's Jefferson Reserve Nicholas Private Single Barrel, which is right there. Okay, so I'm gonna run all the way over here and we're gonna just seal this off with something. Preferably something close by. You like those things that are not directly relevant to gameplay. It's for what makes this game spirit. No, I agree. There's a lot of like weird little things in this game that are not directly important to gameplay whatsoever, but impact the game in a thematic sense. Mass casualties, lost half the fort, but we will live on. There you go. That's the spirit. That do, in fact, be the spirit. Alrighty, Diamond Destruct, you have a good night. And also, I just want to say, to anybody watching on the YouTube side of things, thank you very much. Currently, we are in an ad on Twitch, so I'm just waiting for a little bit for those who are unfortunate enough to be stuck in an ad. Yeah. You know, actually, like the Galaxy Brain play, I think, would be to have YouTube and Twitch. And if you see an ad on Twitch, tab over to YouTube until the ads are done and then tab back over. The Galaxy Brain way to do it. So everybody wins. It'd be like the time that I watched Star Wars over 2 different channels because it was running at the same time, but they had ads in different intervals. And it was like 15 minutes of ad and then 15 minutes of episode 5. So we would just swap channels every 15 minutes. You were eating and didn't look at chat. Oh no, Infinity, well, welcome back. Hope you ate good food. And more fractions of pennies. Yes. Definitely. Everybody wins. Or just ask really nicely and you'll probably just get given a sub eventually. Merchants have embarked on their journey. It's weird that I can't, like, deconstruct stuff. Unless I did that incorrectly. Maybe I just should have let it sit. Oh, well. We'll start annoying them after the next one. I do actually kind of want a migrant wave. I currently am, in fact. I am currently streaming on YouTube and Twitch. So on Friday, this last week, Twitch made some changes during TwitchCon, where anybody, regardless of partner status or otherwise, can now stream on Twitch and YouTube concurrently. We just can't promote YouTube over Twitch, so we can't basically like actively encourage people to go to other platforms. But also, I should elaborate. We can stream to any platforms we want that allow streaming without any restrictions, with the exception of we're not allowed to put other platforms' chats on the screen, strictly for moderation purposes. And from what I can tell, it's not even like they will like remove your channel or anything if you do have other channels on screen. It's mostly a issue with basically they don't know who's making those comments on other platforms. So let's just say somebody says a word that isn't permitted on Twitch, then suddenly I'm the one getting blamed for that word being said. So I would get penalized instead of the user getting penalized, if that makes any sense. Still just have the one undead. We do have another wild boar, though, somehow. I will slaughter that. Which, you know, so far has mostly just brought more people over to the Twitch side of things, which has been nice. And, you know, all I got to say is just thanks, everybody, for watching. Huh? Can't believe you were so unaware. To be fair, if you're not actively looking at multiple websites, it's pretty much to be expected. What are you hauling? We're making pig iron bars. Interesting. Still making pig iron. We're also about to catch another wild boar. Got so many wild boars, it's nuts. I think what I'm actually going to do is I'm just going to pump over top of this, because this is taking kind of too long to finish draining. I'm just going to dig through both of these. Does it oink when it cools? The wild boar? You have a good night, animal. The pig iron. Well, no, not really. Pig iron doesn't work like that, it turns out. Let's see what we get. There we go. First squatty has a full set of armor. And also I'm going to move these dwarves to just no orders so that they can assist with other things. Also need to make a temple to piss. Which is a sentence I just said. I'll see you later, animal. Take care of yourself, dude. And have a good snooze. So this is going to end up being... This is going to end up being our... Did you already make those? That was quick. No, you didn't. Yep, they haven't made those yet. What is piss the deity of? Good question. I just know that they're popular and a lot of dwarves worship them. But we're about to find out, because this is going to be the temple to piss. tomato, bell pepper, 2 soy sauce, 2 soy potato patties, some fried tomato, and a bread roll. Hell yeah. Sella Stars, thank you very much for gifting 3 subscriptions. Appreciate you. Means a whole lot. Holy shit. Today's been kind of nuts, actually. We did get a 50 sub drop earlier, so, like, don't feel pressured to give me money, because we are good for the day. Especially now with that, like, better split. The God of Piss. New temple. Day crafts creation and pregnancy. But it's not the most popular god. Most popular god would be Jupun the Buttery, which is the god of labor, crafts, creation, and rebirth. And people like Leto, who's the god of coasts. Which makes sense, we are on the coast. People like the buttery. People like this thing. So we'll give it to this thing, actually. Although this temple right here, I'm going to start allowing visitors. The reason I'm going to allow visitors is this is the god of murder, and nobody wants to worship the god of murder for some odd reason. Is this a Florida fort? I don't know. I don't know enough about Florida to say like 100% if this is a Florida fort or not. We are not in a tropical forest. We almost ended up in a tropical forest. You just know Florida be wild. Fair enough. Being of wild, this fort has ended up being very calm. Like, very calm. Which I don't particularly mind, but a little bit disappointed by. And it's either Florida or Louisiana. Well, okay, well, it's definitely not Louisiana. I can tell you that. It's funny, I never make symmetrical forts, and yet here I am. I guess it's me trying to be spooky for Halloween. I make something that's symmetrical because I personally think this is terrifying. Because the fear of getting one thing wrong is like, oh god, then I have to fix it. Hot human giant mosquitoes. Oh god. Cockroaches. Also giant roaches. Then you're southern US. My room is 1 block too long. It's okay, I can just extend this one. There you go, problem solved. I don't know what that is. No, man. So I'm just gonna get them to mine this stuff first. And then all this is gonna get canceled and we can uncancel it. Sure. Unless they decide to go dig somewhere else. I keep seeing this and thinking it's something else. Dwarf really wants to pray to Leto. Finished forging all of those steel shields, so everybody should be able to get a steel shield. We're also getting some more gauntlets and greaves and breastplates. Poor man's rimworld, that's adorable. Why is there a turkey up here? Probably because they want a nest box. Next box? Well, if you're legit asking and you think something looks fun, why do you start with the most insulting statement you could think of? It's like, hey, let's degrade your game. How are you going to get a response from that that's positive? It's like, let's think of the most dismissive thing we could ask. Then asking it. Yeah, DF has been in development since 2002. Has been was in closed testing on private forums from 2003 to 2006 and has been in public development since 2006. So, slightly older. The genre wouldn't exist without Dwarf Fortress. RimWorld wouldn't exist without Dwarf Fortress. Because as chat has stated, RimWorld essentially started off as a fan game of Dwarf Fortress. So, poor man's RimWorld is like the most dismissive, borderline insulting thing you could say about a game that is in 2 art museums. So, I don't know, mate. Yes, that too. Minecraft also credits Dwarf Fortress. The main major gameplay difference between Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld that is very easy to point out is that in Dwarf Fortress you have 0 direct control over your dwarves. Whereas RimWorld is more of a tower defense game because you have direct control of everything and it's about defending from waves of enemies. Whereas Dwarf Fortress is a make-your-own-fun sandbox in a significantly larger world with actual stuff going on. So if I click this button, you can see these little tags going around. Different factions invading. That's a really big elven fortress. Holy shit. Anyway, attacking around in the overworld. The overworld changes. Civilizations rise and fall. It's not just a speckered map of a bunch of random crap that doesn't matter. The worlds are persistent, so you can continue playing in worlds as fortresses die in different factions. So, you know, it's a much bigger, deeper game than RimWorld. In fact, to the point where the developer of RimWorld has actually stated publicly a couple of times that he failed in the development of RimWorld to capture the feeling of Dwarf Fortress, which was his goal the entire time. So, let's make another temple. We've got a okay, let's just hide the ones that we've already done. We'll do one to you, because that's a god that people seem to like. Oh boy. 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 We're on the edge of it. That's a little sketchy. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. What is it? Demon of native gold. Are you fucking... I guess it's soft. A very large serpent composed of native gold. Beware its poisonous vapors. I can't say I've ever seen a creature made of gold. I have steel. Gold is very soft. Are you serious? Took through this once again, providing yet more amusing content. Is running away. Have you hit it yet? Are you serious? Says, I got into an argument with Elfie Bean. I take offense. While you're taking offense, by the way, the two other things you've done is like beating the crap out of a magma crab, but like is now just running away. Okay, so you're now getting gored by the creature. You've jumped down a layer. It's very annoying. You've been wounded. Time is so brief. I must withdraw. I'm scared because it's got vapors. Okay, well, you're dead. That's one dead. Creature did take 0 hits. Where is the military currently? Okay, so what I'm going to do... you know what? Let's not worry about making a burrow. Let's just send the dwarves in to kill the thing. Actually, maybe I should make a burrow. Okay, let's just tell the dwarves to kill it. Shouldn't take too long to get there. Spelunky Golden Temple music playing? Yeah, that's a vibe. Froth Squash. Never in the slightest bit cheerful about anything. Never feels discouraged. Stills no vision. Recovers quickly. Is an accomplished wrestler. So Trimcoff dies in and is now bleeding. Stunned. The creature has taken no damage. I'm actually really worried about this. This might kill us. This may very well kill us. Devilish Potatoes fighting. He's literally just missing it. Unable to hit it. Stone is about to die, I'm assuming? Yeah, wow. Van Ori has become the expedition leader. The creature continues to run through the fortress. Distracted by a wild boar. It's a disaster. Well, so here's my idea. We let this fortress die. Because I wanted a haunted biome. We let this fortress die. And we say that this was the first attempt of the possession of the great god.
Spooky ghost.
And then tomorrow, or maybe even right now, we re-embark in the same world with the same fortress name in that other haunted biome that's scorching. I'm gonna build on top of a burial ground? We could reclaim it. We could. Unless somebody manages to kill it. I could also potentially try to lock it somewhere. If it walks into this through this door, I could lock it in there. But we literally have one soldier left. Oh, wow. Literally waited at the doors so I couldn't lock it in. There goes all my soldiers. Well, we've got 6 dwarves left. Let's go in for my pigs. Oh man, I could lock it in the lava. Fucker. Yeah, Vapor is like extremely strong right now. There goes yet another dwarf.
2 months already. Wow, time goes fast.
Desperandum has assumed the position of expedition leader of the celebrated ghosts. Exile some of the still living dwarves. That's a good call, actually. Can't expel Nil Disperatum. Acrea can expel. They don't even need to make it off the map. We can expel this whole family. UGDPY, Smitchell, and them. Okay, we only have one dwarf left now, who's Nil. So chat, I have a question. What would you prefer we do? Start a new fortress today? Or we play City Skylines and start a new fortress tomorrow in the same world. What would you prefer? But the cult of the god of murder is still hungry. I'm literally doing this because I want to keep this fortress going. Start a new fort tomorrow. Today. New fort. Today. It's basically say today or tomorrow in chat. I'm also looking at the YouTube chat. It's kind of quiet over there. We're not going to reclaim this zone because I want an actual hunted biome, and this biome wasn't particularly interesting. So we're going to go for the other biome across the map. You know what? Let's do we're going to do a full length stream tomorrow. So let's do cities tomorrow. Give them another day to fucking patch shit. I don't care about hype really. Suited giraffe. We'll give them another day to patch shit. I'm going to put a marker down so I know where to split the VOD. I'm going to go get my sandwich. And we'll keep playing. Does that sound?